Yamo akwa be de be 100.9 your Facebook and YouTube na fe ne ya twa to. One when you so the top network ni ade no. Ete wo call live Facebook dem. Wo call YouTube channel no Despite Media yes you dem ho. Yamo akwa be de be 100.9. Yeah, there's a piece from online.com, cdnewsroom.com, myjoyline.com, check out Ghana.com, StarFMG8, classfmonline.com, hotdigitalonline.com. Now, you made India live was the Big J Online Radio. Big J Online Radio. Alright, the aqua man is on a yen share a year above on the home in making, and somehow do a course of home. Full fraud. OSP uncovers secret collusion between 5 oil companies and 3 state entities. The Office of the Special Prosecutor has launched a crackdown on Ghana's petroleum sector, executing coordinated court-authorized searches at 5 major fuel depots and the premises of several bulk distribution companies. The soup is part of a widening investigation into a sophisticated criminal scheme designed to siphon millions in state revenue through the under-declaration of petroleum imports and systemic falsification of product types during depot transfers. Mepacho OSP Ekoba se omai enyumekuo bi woman womaton from go oil marketing companies bi woma ka bom edi dwirim OSP agi tumi ne se obeye nhwehwemu ni yedi afamampa oil marketing companies woma eton from go makomako enum Ghana enyumekuo miensa OSP den tansana bomo. Omu nyina din wa ha. Inti aya yebemo we. Platon Oil and Gas Limited, Centio Oil, Aquaba Oil, Sahara Oil and Gas Limited, Chase Petroleum Ghana Limited. Beba so when nyina no ye oil marketing companies are OSP. Esusu say wama ye dwirim. Enti musam no. Anti-LGBTQ plus Mahama must be held to account to fulfill his promise in Team Fojo. As in South MP and sponsor of the anti-LGBTQ bill, John in Team Fojo, has called for John Dramani Mahama to be held accountable for his promise to introduce legislation addressing LGBTQ issues. Mepacho, Honorable John in Team Fojo and Royal Press Conference. Now the audio to John say LGBTQ is in someone and someone man penning or can a brand new opposition. San Samana that is a woman the year Juma a broma baby. It's your Susu man penning crowd that Ghana for. The moon 70. Pacho Foso rejects MPP minorities call for apology over anti-LGBTQ bill. The Minister of State in charge of government communications, Felix Kwachu Fosu, has dismissed calls by the minority in Parliament for President John Dramani Mahama to apologize over the government's handling of the anti-LGBTQ bill. Honorable Felix Kwachu Fosu, Enra minority for a press conference in Okasaye. Or say, why na ono no one moral right to say Obeka Chroman Penins on Pacho. Debi. Oman penny ni chow pebia. Na and some no more can crown sebi. Ye nam ne kwem. A mere propaganda and a minority led by Honorable Johnny Tim Fojo Omoye. Seminar to Johnny. Musa Dankwa is like a lotto doctor, Miracles Abuaje. The director of communications for the Baumia campaign team, Dennis Miracle Abuaje, has dismissed recent polling data by Global Info Analytics, likening its lead analysis, Musa Dankwa, to a lotto doctor, and questioning the credibility of his projections. Mebacho Ora Musa Dankwa recently, and yeah, Info Analytics, it should show my 1 more year. It should show me no in projected Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Now, no, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia will be annoying the director of communications. Your friend Dennis Miracle Abuaje, or the Ababe to just said, there be Ora Musa Dankwa, the white is Obi Ucha Luto. I didn't know you Luto game now. Oh, yeah. Ain't I didn't know try to man out to man to man anto. Uze Luto ne dear. Uko Chaluto na. Some who says Okwa Luto na Luto Indiana win him until see a Luto game and not practice it. MPP criticisms of anti-LGBT bill, nothing more than political posturing. Kwachio Fosu. Government spokesperson Felix Kwachio Fosu has dismissed the opposition New Patriotic Party's criticisms of the yet-to-be-passed anti-LGBT bill as nothing more than political posturing. Political posturing. Abusian Patrol, the one say, Honorable Felix Kwachio Fosu say, Honorable John Tim Fojo and the MPP. The Omakafa LGBTQ no hono. Emrana Wambaka so mun yin to mani ade no. Wamba say we amanyo sembi keke. Eno mo ye. Amanyo sembi keke. Ena wo mo ye. Enye bibia. Omo say enye bibia. Honorable Felix Kwachio Fosu say enye bibia. We amanyo sembi keke no mo ye. That is it. Yeah, the news never better also. Na ye koba. Yeah, the sama kodo wo ni jina so bebro. E sama media good ado wadu enche ne be 0201162746. 0201162746. Jumedia friend Ghana but here we need 100.9.
abonten pinten ya na no kwasi ada koso ewo kotoku eye onion market hono mo no wo mo chese nipa wo mo tutu atuo ewo ho wo mo hwehwe wo mo den
ba ku kwasi etwa ne nsa arehusem yekọ agukansie mu nsama apuemantem no Eastern Region Second Division League no na watwi awieye na bibia ba fom na de ade na ye no aye huhu amobia tosa Real Madrid so na ajawajo ankoya mayen Samuel Zagufo ti mi kwachira Madrid for say hey ball bo Champions League mu nsam
na Iran any US ntokwan so say de enra zamuti sanga no ngotwe mu US mampanyi che Iran wo mo hwie be kozi no ngotwe wo mo anye bibia amfa na Hormuz wonom wo ma mia ene wo besu mu nyina sese hunre na ababeto dwase wo mo ho na wotwe mienu na obia edina kode agufom na wo mahwe se sa Strait of Hormuz wonom wo mo ebebie atomu a US ene Iran nyina apene so saa
we ni sembi ne yede so mo sa no pa no si akase board na ni amuti yeme na wo fedua o de hye asuna piesie na achenkwana na menu bremu wadi ankan kwame ye boa na afi
mame biamakwafo
Lawson Herbal Center ekura ye mu bawe cha omo boy mama nsate ne said ye beya enura ye bibidura de mawa oyade adwane ma ho to no onsu benya bi so yo ba penfo anabofra wonyanya mfiedu miensa ekode enure unum bi so obi de ho ball Lawson Herbal Center kopel Lawson Herbal mixture ne bi na ononoma ema nipadua gane na so pa yade ayo hintadua kire to asiese hon na ohu ato number sabe fra pebia to pebia kira kwan 0248619999 and 0242133577 Montie Shannon so say ya bade ne aba ampa enso na gugu awon kran ene ne patam baabi e forma etro ahyenkafo amunya butrek kra by 20 and amanfo wo fie ne offices ene sorry so hospitals hotels ne guest house yedi etwitwi ho kwawudi yakwa aba inti hotels ne yeje kiramamo muntwa wo yopo afise ne yesabeba product ade betwo ma wa yakona ayehwehwam ene by 20 disinfectant eyin carbon bia edi free wo emayen shani nso se JA Binding Company Limited Daruma eno de edupay abadwa so number ne 0541808096 KK Pipra roofing sheet michirawa se roofing sheet papa ho a ene na se wona okoro se KK Pipra magana fo we se to 20 ene onwa tu kopo abo akokwasaji oso de kwasa penyinche enso totu obesini dan na enso guso a ebo no se open roofing sheet papa ai bebo dan so no pa wi numire na ho atowa eye KK Pipra roofing no kweni opetenti a onsabeka tietia onsabeka kala bia so onsa ebeka monfre KK Pipra mampon 0544684069 atamfu nyanyame 0244912100 and 0533218646 munjanu to say miwie First Atlantic Bank papa what the abasses is here and yes you guys will be obolo na fo atoto na just wadi there be so wo pesika semu ni medio person wo gina pincho gina wona so na mansen wo so mfa so power brabo mu dia First Atlantic Bank yes First Atlantic Bank said integrity and omude ya adwuma enti customers dey omontoto omase bra ne mo abra bonsesa the word ewiase a esesa kwasika semu no wanya san ni medie no so ha ne babrese bi wasika semu ho a enwon twetwede to akukudwa na mo simu pam na bohye bia First Atlantic Bank wo hye no wodi so refreshingly different so do ho boma usika sem enye basada afi nsem ni nkire mu nie
Mampanye His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ena wakasei na wadi afutuo sonko ena ema ebibiman nyina ese ebibiman eba apomuden ehwe apomuden papa ebibiman etosini ewo mu pa se base bia apomuden mu ato yenkyem bi esi ewo ebibiman mu na ye bob na frɛ fensen abrofo ne ho kɔ ne ba wo mu wa brochire ne asefo se momra meboayo se wo mo amma ene na bibiman ye nyina yase ebehye o se saade ne yade bi ha dwie papa Vincent eho akwa hia se ebibiman timi din hyehyeye pa egu akwa mu a wo ne besi yare ano wo ne be hwehwemu ahunu se yade wei ena pimpin eba no tie wo se ye boy ye ho so ne ye di hia no e wo se etimi din hyehyeye egu akwa mu ne ehunu kwan a yade bi putupuro eyi ne ti e wo bibiman mu a ye betimi aso ano na ankwankwa ye ohaw ene abinidie ama sensen ye nkomu enra ena mampanyi ekopie mu e wo One Health Summit ase e wo Leon ena mampanyi e de etu dwache mu se eba akade a amama ya hodo a wo modi yi awie e de beboa aso bibiman asenfa apomuden ho a eya na aman ya bibiman a wo mu to sijas wo mu de ehia wo mu buburu a wo mu po mu ho a wo mu hunu wo masene mu no akade e de ebre wo mu ya na esuakura do de senti ena mampanyi e de na no atomu bie esesabio obi ebe hyew ama waye bibia entise wankasa wahye ohona utu sa anamo no eto de adesede eto bibiman anim se yetu anamo bia yenhwe se yebetimi ayire yen ho pa sikasemu abefo kwantepo efa so di dwuma emu ene niema hodo pia eboama apomudenhwe esipi esita ewo maibu mu no bibiman yenso yenhwe se yebetimi di yenim esisu sa na wokyeremu se sa enhyemo kase e de animdifo ahodo mo ewiase nyina eba behia mu a wo beka wo mti epa ho edwendwen kwampom betimi afaso na wo mo ahwapomuden yahwese yatena ye ene yemmoa ena afesu kura no kwan ye nipa ni nipa faso etena kwan ye nipa faso ne mmoa etie kwan ye befaso abo yatena ye eho ban e was that One Health framework yi emu no wo mo ebeka wo tipa ho dwendwen anamompa wo so mutimi etuo sebe ebeboa amatichuru ebibiman yapomuden ho nsem SCP esita.
We're living in truly interesting times, and much of what we previously took for granted is now being questioned, and our old answers have now become the new questions. To be honest, these shifts and cracks in world affairs are not limited to global health. They have spread across every corner of our shared global identity. But health, and global health in particular, is where things have come to a head. Around the world, we are facing an overwhelming surge of health threats across borders. Every species is in the crosshairs: animals, humans, and plants. And the environmental catastrophe confronting us is in the waves of the sea, it's in the glaciers, it's in the rainforests, it's in the desert storms of households. And the foundation of all these crises is the phenomenon of climate change. And yes, we realize that everything is interconnected. From the outbreak of infectious diseases to antimicrobial resistance, and from climate-related disruptions to food systems, all these risks converge and intensify in frequency, complexity, and severity than at any time in human history.
Mampanya manaso wa waka no de besi so sa bibiman de yaje ebibidro atumu ye pa esansa oba ebibiman mu a enipa dodo no a ena so mapom de ho nsem enkoyi a womde wom ho eto ebibidro eso ne no ena wode enchiremu eba se braso esi etimi ede ebibidro ena afi ye abefo noibi ye de ekambom ehwe etimi sa ye ho yade.
We traditionally lived our lives in lockstep with nature. We're an integral part of nature. Still, more than 50% of our population rely on herbs and other natural forest resources for their medicines. Our rich cultural heritage stands as a testament to the wisdom of an integrated approach to healthcare. Long before the coinage of One Health innovations, our ancestors had over the centuries mastered the use of plant-based therapies for animal healing, which in turn protected human health. In Africa, our lived experience leads us to accept without question that human survival, animal well-being, and plant health and environmental care form a single interconnected system. This system also integrates prevention, early detection, and swift response into a comprehensive whole that improves downstream medical care. We understand that our national development is rooted in resilient ecosystems and a strong public health system.
I was there for any out ye, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Yen century is Salamat, Kukwa Pencil, and a Buan Semiano Ebai.
Member mediator for Mamwe. Oronyam for Emmanuel Amakofibua, Rashibe Janisa, Swafo, and Sansa former Goodia so our memo. Nanasama may born to fan and tintin in the tate, say, a jabo, a jawanya babidu. da mining lease no aye aban ne oman nyina dia na ye pe ankurankura be adwumakuo bi e dia mom no ma ebu adwuma no adwumakuo maako nan e na esi ombo ka se ampa se fatia fata nkroma de na nso mo se fata se mo nsaka se adwuma no then so so no akwa kopiem e wo engineers and planners aye openi Ibrahim Mahama na adwumakuo no wono e na ya tam adwuma dia ma ne se gi na fa koye na enyumakuo maako nan aye kopre ye no wo munie eye Voters Resource Mining Group omunsanka Engineers and Planners Limited omukrom se etwe Health Gold Face Limited omunsanka Maripoma Mining Services Limited omunsanka amafo se Maripoma the oyi kwantintin ye nwi de ene ye se ai ni company ba konso no ko di kotu good na de wo munie empenfo aka kire omu se omu fan krata ene omu gina bia emra ne eno so nhwehwem ne ehu de osafata na omu de krata ne omu gina bia nyina ko ye no ye doso ye no na chese eye engineers and planners ena mu krata ne di mu esafata se ye de adwuma no emom de omu ye nie eye valid tax clearance certificate omu nya de koi valid senate clearance certificate omu nya de koi valid VAT clearance certificate womunya de koi and a valid certificate of incorporation and in womunya de koi payment of application ay 100,000 Ghana cedis kanisika 1 billion omotam to say bam na nso etam omusaka omusa ye company bia no kwere nyame no menie eye Ghana fo na ye omodia Ibrahim Mahama ene tua no a o register e Ghana ha na enyumakuo mienu omunsanka ne de ya we nka atam sika asem na ensisi so papa enja asem ne tintini ne tietie nyina se Minerals Commission ene aso ehwe afuma gudie ne ensa asesam so se oman adwapade afense da man no yatam ede amma eye Ibrahim Mahama na dwumakuo eye Engineers and Planners yamfa sebu akwan so enhyehyɛ ene nyoma edigu akwan mo so mutimi di so pepepe ene mperifo agina mra so a yedi sa adwumakwe amom se mfiedu ni akire ni wo mohwe so mbetu afumagudi afa ne gold ni bibia ka ho bia na emwa na Ghana enyeyi
omeyi process adwumakwo no ne nkrabate wo enkramantamase de krata epia bonten na krata ne nyina efa na no kwasiada ye Yesu wo na wasɔre na Kristofo bose ene ade se na agin kotoku mensi no mu kotoku onio market ho no no eho huruse ya tututututututu na wo chese ekwaku ahodo be se enum ya wo nyina ye eku a wo maka bom eton jene wo sabia ho no na menteme ho ase esɔre ye wo mu ne ojammom we fa ha no akɔkyetu ye se etuo no ye digu ho no te se yi bayira ya tesem agu ho no ne ye de adoma atoso ebodo nkomi obi ameyi ni de ene we ba no afa ne wo mu da ne etuo mu ebe nsusu nkita yi brantan yibi ene wo mu su ehim se ya na no na prosifo chese proposal na to so ensia ena menteme ho ase esore ye ewo saa ekoyi emma entem emanumpo nam so ma etuo ekasa ye aprosifo etutu mirika ekoho no mokɔhwɛ se bibia etubetwa na asumdua fa ne ntoma pa efra sese wo guso a wo mo a ekoda ne etuo mu ebotuo ewo ho no mo no wo mo ehwehwe mo dendenden saa bre no a ena prosifo eda ne prosifo ni bia se wo mo enkoe no mo nkɔhwɛ se pepepe ye ekoso ewo ho enti prosifo kɔe no wo mo ne mpanyifo a wo mo deda ekuo ahodo enumi ano ehia ye ema kyese wo mo hwɛ se basabasa ye no asɔre no eto betimi etwa apolisifoɔ gu so a wɔn ɛbɔ mpempe ɛwɔ mpɔtam hɔ no mu a obi a wɔbɛgye fe ɛne apolisifoɔ ɛbɛso wɔpɛ akyi pa ma wɔne mmara ahye na no ɛna apolisifoɔ ne mpanyinfoɔ no ahyia wɔn wɔn ɛkasa ɛna wɔn kyerɛ wɔn sɛ apolisifoɔ de wɔn wɔ hɔ so wɔn bɛhwɛ aboa ama sumdwe ne pɛpɛpɛ yɛ ɛtumi akɔso deɛ nanso no ɛba bambɔ ho nsɛm a wɔn bambɔ no edi kan ɛwɔ wɔn nsɛm wɔn ni kan wɔn bayansa na apolisifoɔ aba esan sɛ wei no wo say ye ojamom eyi ni tie no a prosifo eba ho no ansa na prosifo beduru ho no na se awudie bi ne basaba friends wo mo ebe ye de se kan betwa mo na edi kan si dada edu wo mo ankasa mo eba mbo ho nsem ehia wo mo ansa na prosifo so edi bi abepi wo mo eso enkramantam prosi adwumako no efa so abo omanfo kokko ya wo mo no eka wo mo kona da bia ojamom obi a wai wadwen ese obema basabasa yesi obetututuo basa no wo se ka ehunu se Ghana ye de mra ena eye omeyi edu wankasa ofa sebu akwanso kotwituo ekototo no basa ko ye mmerento asem ene adira prosifo so mu aka hunu se wo de mra ena ebewro opatapa pieto no ede amaw wo mo fa so ede to manfo nyina ene sesei agin kotoku onio market hono mo no adwobre bibia bafom ema prosifo nya wo mu ye wo mu guso ebom pempe ewo hokrata yi era Juliana Obeya oye superintendent of police ono enanisa echekrata yi ase
Atiawin Mohammed nso Success FM enodi we amane ne nsam ni nyina ne sen odonyanfo Frank na dompe ye pani o jam sem na hye bedwani ma de hyewo eye ensoma do agiri abato mpeso so onu kuya nso kwa Ghana na hye bedwafia edom kuma no 87 fo no ono ene obobo ma no sira bi mpeso mo common sem parliament a wo matimi aka na de ononyanfo Frank anadompe ekenya ne se nukwari nyame ne nie His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Ome PSA oyade bi okos Christ and calculation eye adwuma papa unim de ntia kokko bo no wate to say hwenu o say afia we ye nto aba na anodom prebusa na say susu ampa senka afia we ye to aba komampani betumanya kukudu aba Ghana kokko akuafo anim aga kiro mo say kokko ayeto ne bag ba ko 3625 no ko bakati ni atutu say hwi 2587 there be kema so na ema so kina de nje okasa ne say osema mpani wi say zanse ye nto aba afia we munti no ene ade bi obeye de tia kokko akuafo maka mu say kai no obeye ne mom ye baba beto aba osese me ka se ma sheda na mete su kakra no wata tumi say bum ede da no ode ada akuafo ma sa kwoto aba na ma ndi se ne mpanifo no ma sa tra bem na osese su ani ba we enche se mampani His Excellency eye John Dramani Mahama odwin kokko akuafo ho osi kokko akuafo brankasa opani randi abemu tenkran ene omo hwe kokko so ensansum ni wosa ebi nsomoda kokko akuafo so ya no pa ho mache ti hesu odo kokko ho spray gbatodwe nanso womo asika se fada so monsa ka emantem sika no so de momo so ya sa kwa akote so enti yakwa na se bai toronyanfo Frank anodom presse said omunam eye tano ene ni mpatam wo ene kokko akuafo di nkumo no bibia di adanse se obre ene ahokire a kokko akuafo ekom nanso abawe a His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Dano watwi nani ayi nani ato nche se de pani ayi from abono no eya hometesem no mi se enchenche onafe emrepa ebeba yentie sero siche ni nsem kire Atiawin Mohammed
we the kai say LLM and kokko su na LLM bai e baba fa koto no adwuma mo yeye na mede makasa asem no mimbo bia na wanimu amanyuni bi odi kokko ho asem be di agro no ne mbu ase so wo ya amanyuni na wo de wo say kokko akuafo na wo de amanyuni be twitwi fam omusika ye so odi ma mo batete woni be gu ase asu one person ka afia abato afia e ka mampanyo betimi ya kokodu ati kokko so konye sanse ne enya abato mo etino akuafo so mo timi nko demonstration tintino a doctor for you to moketia so amamo for you to moketia so the teacher for so mo to moketia so kokko akuafo na moketia so
atete no Frank anodom presse kokko akuafo no mo de da so enti hu be 1000 to 1001 ekọ eno ni asema anodom predi atudwa ma Atiawin Mohammed so edibi adomye
awusiafo take asebe wo peace 104.3 ye dan ye ho agenkrato ye ba ye beto ansem no so
the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papa bia, a biwo home. Brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiweb, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. For Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV need the home. A detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. Our monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or ton phones any home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 02079373323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discounts any achadia. Ubetiasi.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories.
Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Ben a Black History and a War America, China, Africa, ne Ghana, and Penifua Bonabaso say, or say a real moment for Tiapopa.
Amen Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one video was so, Yawudaswa, and Vidiana Chiro Yadi, Nanua Sanso Sawayadi.
Amen, expert for one Koyarium, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia nurse for so? Oh, what's a man?
Amen Scientific at the Herbal, Homeopathy, Naturopathy, and Reflexology, na, as Sayadi.
So, one I will pay, and I are in it the same power. Yamia Dumunti, Yari expert. Amen Scientific Ebabwama inshallah what told. Now once with their dance said the Ghana Fonia brochure for be dear dance no.
Accra, Amen Scientific our domain, our Snake Flat, and a Lashibinsu, our Clagon, a Ben Shaman Road, and a bit of pay.
Our Kabata P. Frey, not sure dear Ben 0245 275254 Ama 020-722-9505. Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi, Yamini Yaresafo.
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se wo ye na se wo yam so atim so e
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt e kira kwai entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo di agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na anu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
I was here for to akasiaba no so akwam no ne ensem emu na yenyina yenisem ye US and Israel and Iran entokwa ekoso ene ade na enra na US mampanyi ya ono na edi kan eto twede kan eko Iran man no eso Donald Trump wagye atum ese na wotwe mienu entem no obia emfa na kodie ento ho no mo obia enkototo paye obia entutuo obia nya bibia na woso wagye atum na emom no de ode abata ho ne se sanya bia tabono ya Iran for ede ato Strait of Hormuz eso ekwan a wiase fa ngo efa bi efa eho no mo ekọ ene ade no so ombe bi atum dia ene sa na wotwe mienu na wom so bia mfa na kodie ento no mo no ono Donald Trump obegye atum obepene so na ansana obeka sa asemi na enra no wahye se hwebe emono nwotwe na chese Iran man no sa Strait of Hormuz for no wo mu nyitabro no emfiri so a wo beyam wo mu nyina ahye wo mu nyina sese fekofeko na ebeka be se donhwere ene efa na donhwere ne kakra ama no nwotwe enra no nwotwe abono ena eye Iran for ebaye a chese wo mu yese a ne na wotwe miru no wo mu so pene so wo mu ebegye atum na chese obi ad na kode ato ho no mo na se pa se friend say that Strait of Hormuz no wo ebe tabro na free so de ene bia wo muguso a ya wo mo edwene ho na no na Iran ma so afo na hwa ma no na ensem so Abbas Arachi wono so aba bonte dia betu dwa se tenra wo begye atum na ceasefire no wo mo atwa so se ba se US man ni Israel nyina wo mo ejae akode a wo mo etugu Iran no so dia ene wo mo ebegye atum na no kra no wo mo susu nyanam kakra ebata ho wo mo the 10-point ceasefire plan bi so aba ya chese 10-point ceasefire plan no empatasika kra esan eda so eka ho says wo mo gitum dia ene wo mo so na wodwemienu no wo mo ebetwe wo mo bepene na Israel ena aba bonte no mo de ababetu dwasa so wo mo ne US man no eya adwene wo mo ne Donald Trump eya adwene gina wo mo esie se na wotwemienu ntem obi ento akode ne ade na emom no Lebanon enka ho wo mo nye Lebanon emfrim ena Pakistan fo nso manso afo abem no chese wo boa Lebanon ka ho ceasefire no obi enkotutuo ne topa ye emfanto Lebanon na wo mo chese sa asemi nyina ebai ansa ne nra no nwotwe enwumre ebo enye sa de anka senia US mampanyi Donald Trump eka ese wo beshi Iran man na ase no kasa pepepepepepepepe ena wo beye sei Pakistan ena ababeye entemginafo ya waton safre afanu no nyina se wo mmra momunsi nkonwa wo Islamabad nyame yadoma eda efiada sansemi ebae ena Iran man na chese wo madinkunim pa na enso no ezatwefo chese ɛmfa ho ne osebo a Iran man ne bɔ ne nkunim a ɔmo stress wɔn adie no still no a baabi ɔmo gyina no ɔmo nyina yie sesei fango ɛbɔ no tia na ɛte ba fam bɛɛ match bosumi no mu na ɛnenam bɛyɛ $400 per barrel afei yewura April bosumi no no ɛna te ɛba fam ɛba $160 per barrel sesei baabi a fango no egyina no enuru $100 kra per barrel eti wɔn kyerɛ sɛ ceasefire na akɔso no aboa ama fango bɔ no aba fam
ye ka tiefoɔ sɛ nyame adoma efiada be meeting on be no ebema ye nse ntweni Pius Bedu Bansen akobi alamanfo bisa sɛ ɔmo nkyela nti ya reporters nenka ɛwɔ ntɔkɔ a ɛkɔso mu from the grounds eti perifo ye sɛ Pius Bedu Bansen ɛne yɛde ne bɛkɔ de besi bi asi asɛ ɛne adwuma ɛne egusu ayɛyɛ de asom Ghana afei yɛnkɔ bɔɔlo bom ana reho sɛ tira bi a Middle East wo no bibi koso a reporters dey unja no pay atiari mu nya tete o monka ejiaje
na me ko te nka fi Middle East
there be say all the turn on off and some koso ho nyina o de ba Michael Kofi de ba kwablanto mu ene ade kwabno firi mu odane kede o de ba but Ghana for person mu say Pius Bedu Bansen mu so betimi akomede East no mo de 17 so ade aba
yate
adwuma
mesi oto aso
why not ball no nsɛm no bi ɛne sɛ nanu kuma asante kotoko ɔmo gye ɔmo ho gye na papa ko echefa ne prince ya osu edi kotoko nim no mone samates ede ko boom eregbaku mu ɔbɔ kotoko ye go king papa I just wonim boy bonim go yihye wɔn ko chi samates for junior team no ti senior team ana so kotoko mu sɛ monye panya coach prince ya osu sɛ no krenie ba no mo ncha se kwa na de ne je ne nsem ono ahu se ade ne nya de ye bekoyi na na nko be so prevent senka obesi kwan na nka ye nhye kotoko na nko fa so ye nhye mo sha ne be nhye mo chebuza go ji se go jito di akika go di kotoko league no mbaje no se league ji e be den ba e be try se betimi agya se has fo anye e ji kotoko so nye ya se ne go jamane ha bebrisa na kotoko timi amafo keka se nanu bi mukai akotoko tim no kokonya accident emperifu atim prae bepem ne kotoko mpanifu atwi o mani amatimi ehugya so de mrante na ni jehuni nie Champions League enu ahwemrante kofo twitwa beti gum ba mane gbomade to Real Madrid wonu anu Chrome Santiago Bernabeu etwa o mekamienu omote baako Arsenal so eto Sporting CP Achome say ye ni bidi abre ye pe Champions League age asaje Premiership aka ho ekume enkani besie ebel baako o mantimi ante ene Atletico Madrid wo mo bobo papa support e ko Atletico fu achi no e cha otwe nwui ye nyina ka ho bi wo mo ni Barcelona fo na ebo home na de besi Atletico fo na mini eye Barcelona fo no pa na ebebem PSG suni Liverpool ya osaju fu na mai brakadabra no kwam te vacancy me Liverpool sese obi chuo mai nine mienu miensa no maje ti ene ye bomba e se ni omonye nwotwe bi no bomba bi ntira enti anu Ghana Premier League se de kwa enu kotoko etra fie ye jam na ka ba mienu omote baako afei ye nwie mame bia makwafo vichiri he ya Eastern Region Second Division League no yankopon adoma eye memni de bay ene di bibia ebe na wieye na final match ni sisi teams makumako be num do be lose ni final match bia ba ko relegation Anka Football Academy ka ho Vidako eka ho Osenase eka ho chese Anka 29 point Osenase 28 point Vidako 30 point na se musuo bow na home match etofa ho se frede ana wa away match etofa ho se frede una wo kro no na memni de bay Oda Sports Stadium Vidako FC any Ankan Football Academy Vidako fo no ewo amano makumako aduasa Ankan Football Academy ewo amano makumako aduonu nkron 29 against 30 se Vidako fo no etimi ewini match ni se pe ombenya 33 points ombo draw ombenya 31 points Ankan Football Academy etimi wini match ni se kukuro ombenya 32 points ombo draw ombenya 30 points inti apede teams melu nyina ya krado se ebehu ebede enu numre na eye RFA Eastern Regional Football no edikata akoma Ghana Police Service say meme there bay amuma approach for do enko Odan Sports Stadium because match na e decider say ekobu kama anhwa na obi atambo no de din zamone enti mo ga say no approach for wa chem dan ne potem RFA led by Linfora Samuel Boadu atwa kata akoma mo say sa decider match eba so meme there be Odan Sports Stadium Ankan Football Academy any vidako no aye cracker to mu hia approach for do our park ne so
si akenkan fo anope wote yenka eye me mame biama kwafo menen
achenkwa na menum bremu asona piesie na wodi ahenkan kwame ye boa
ye dia sedema Lawson Herbal Center won the Lawson Herbal mixture aba eboasiesie ni pedua ne future be so na se malaria typhoid fever koko enetete wo amsrewa Maunsanka Lawson Herbal mixture na beboa wo yie papa bebe ya bia wo ba wo kwafichira no ayase ye be ye free hono mo wo chese wo ba unya wo mo a etu moja ne ho nkro ne ba ebe yi ni nyina amotime ade wo ho unya efrinfie dumienu ekwa enise unumbie oba pemfo wonka ho oba wo ba mo ewoma emofra nufo wonsoso wonka ho bomoden sa obema Maunsanka Lawson Herbal product bi ede free baby eto nro bia say pharmacy Herbal Center enafi ne keke ka ho nyina okwa ubenye betu phone 0248619999 and 0242133577 Bind Stay Remover eye edrosunko a J Bind Company Limited ediaba yede epepe fie eyi nkekawa offices mu hotels ne restaurant na asefo babia efine nkekawa bia edokrowa ama hotels so wash basin mu ene ade nyina asen aye basa tantantan ya owo bi behu atumu se wedi enim guase yesremo momma Maunsanka Bind Stay Remover ebeyi ni nyina afri hono mo ama ehwate se wan J Bind Company Limited ene de abba oko melcom shops ahodomu a wonsa ebeka bi etufon 0208142913 and 0541808096 KK Pepra Roofing ni o was dear na wo hwehwe dansie mu wo ya dansie mu apabene ankasa esan se free foundation ecosi roofing wo mu ni nyina eho akade se wo penchense de ebo dan so KK Pepra Roofing say to anamo ebra or long span roofing sheets or a B IBR MSR RSL any aluminium self flock no name IBR wrinkle coated roofing ye de bo industrial ne office buildings so afi residential buildings ni nyina owo bi e wo standard roofing iron rod cement alu standard roofing ni nyina wo aluminium roofing ni nyina ebi e wo no mo eye papa kama obi anto ade e wo KK Pepra roofing ho enya wo how every mu da biara da bibi kire wo so e wo dansie no mu so na obisa no a obema won trekesi bia ye di si dan ya make sani na wasi awie na o mmoka kese so kra Mr. Wa the head office no ewo dobro friend was 0244912100 and 0533218646 amra here so ewa dental pomhonti mu amo sa side ho nyina e fra ha dental mne omo e wo sa epom ho nyina mo den se be KK Pepra Roofing e was 0203997372 kuma sefa de mamponten kwanum ho no mo eti mo amo asante mantem mo ekọ eye mantifi mantem do mo so mo number ni 0544684069 First Atlantic Bank PLC was one no de bo mo samrane eye nukredi eye ba kope na sabio ye ka sa adwuma bi enyini a eno nche se bi adwuma na eye kese ana se etre na kwa eno ane se ehhehye ye pa wodi ye adwuma no se wo be so mo customer sumpa eno na ye kyekere kwan ede ma First Atlantic Bank PLC wom se nukredi ena fe so mbeti o mani ahwe wom customers ye eno ena eboa wom papa na wom de wom gina hono ma I care integrity customer centricity agility resilience excellence eno ena eye wom epoma ya ekita wom First Atlantic Bank PLC refreshingly different and na bodene I was saying this way chocolate drink and pay you here eyin so hye nyumeku ya daroma e no bo echidom me ye de kasebo no ye de ebesomo ya dem nyina ase amamu eniti
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom won.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up pay baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom kokko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie. Na mansanya so. Adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Yama kwa be de Ghana Montie so about 6:41. I will need 100.9 yatena se ba be adwuma na ye boy man Ghana no. And then some point die upon so ya ba be hwe. Engineers and planners ye ka say de adwuma ko we and aban na gye atum se e da ma mind no mkwa ye ho adwuma. And ran a minority for a press conference. Our Moka said Ghana man penning Nisembia or Kadifa a year a LGBTQ on a honor. Minority force a just a Ghana man penny pacho because so Becca said LGBTQ and ye issue are a priority in India at the so pacho. 80 ye bisasa so we just say Ghana man penny pound which Honorable Felix Kwatu for Susel. We they say your propaganda any political push straight. Woman a man you say be no more here. It's LGBTQ one says oh man penny can say and no man egu ya pono so say ye hwe no. Enye bi ni LGBTQ. Se kwabrama fo ne Ghana man penny anya adwen dia na je so mfa me bo ma me na yes na so ne ya adwen dia je o de me bo ma because we dey me kan ya che 2023 2024 ana me ka say ade we na ya ni abiri gidi sabe no no Sam Jordan na press conferences pa on na press conferences ma say ade we anti ya ni abiri anti we ni ade ehia ya na makada da sabe no no Sam George ejinam ono kwa na me hu wom colors o nim say me na me ni wom colors I never knew that minim agos.
Yes, bro.
Adum
na way.
Yeah, me adum boko. Yeah, me me that's so.
Oh. Aduma na for God and country.
For God and country. It's why me backbone kakra.
Kakra bibia be fa.
Bibia be fa. Say bi ko ye kawa.
Oh, nyame adum.
Oh wait, na dia make na minimum.
Na we say. Colors ne dia rainbow.
Wait, na bisi amasaman.
Ai.
Enti me se bitwam bia na we to ase kuma se kwan de. Say ye nam so ene. Na da bia se me kwana me ba na me hu sa billboard na bibia ni so
yeah bibia
sa colors no enti me kwana me yes me bibisa mo nam se na hemfo na ya advert a wo mo nduro
bibia na ayasem
na me nim se ya no me colors so
na yo colors
Honorable Sam George call motorway no so no
odekwa
video no na me se na so we dey bi si amasaman
no a
ebi si amasaman because me na minim na me say
wan say yesusa no
yeah
ade ba ko na yeta ka wansempa rainbow wan rainbow
rainbow yeah isu to sa na edi kanko
ase bi wo ho awie bebo ase emmo na rainbow na beda ho no na ye nyina na enim what you say ni enim sa na o ma ni nyina until say yeti say yes bibi the LGBTQ ho ahwani fa hinkusia so what you say enti ade ne de no kura wom ni say na ye mu bi de ye hu yache because social media no so wo koso a wo kwa akohwe ayi news
me kohwe news
news nko na wo kohwe any politics ba ye koso a
mo kohwe no ma
bibia bi so that ye bana asem ne beto ho a ye betumi aka what you say nim say morning show host for no ye obia na o check bibia
aya na eso ne ye prekesen dodo
edoso I know
na ensem way
ne doso
eti dia wo de buka ko tietie sa no ma no ene o kope political news bi hu we kra tie na je say better
and say but ye bia na beboa beboa ma ye hunu ne etie
oh yes ene dia enti ene no Nra minority for press conference or the Kania no. I don't know Ghana. But say you hey so I'm saying Kania dum dodo. Ana. Area Kania dum dodo. Kania dum dodo. Ye area ha ye dwuma mu area Kania dum.
So na de Kania na etimi dum pa ye kasa.
Me wonu say Kania dum dodo. Kania dum. Enim say ye radar na ye da so no na challenge was so is there because 100 there can you do dodo
oh but and the one krata no ba man say omo be ye we omo ye o say
mental we plan we
o see ECG begins 240 million transformer upgrade upgrading
okay
transformer upgrading
it won't be dum na yen sir
upgrade
there will get in
they say ECG say oh what dum ni say say ye bia dum no ye edos wo mo so enu nti no mo dum no no ma ye ni yie
Dum so ya ade a.
And I say.
Dum so ya ade a obi am.
Na me say.
ECG. Na me say yate. Na see you do light.
And they make
that when you so town.
Me befu papa.
Nti dum so de. Say NDC aben ye na dwene say. Say nansen ebebe bank kakran.
Bank kakran.
Say duma no wa ye de asa won sa wontumi nya no. Fato wo because Ghana fo ni adaje a ye de bete waka say enade sisi ade akasa tenti en top
nko kasa pe kasa ne
ye solution yes ye solution enkofo opanyina monkanea ade aye wo mu adwuma a wo mu ye masonfo carpenterfo barberfo tailorfo no excuse ye ni adaje a ye de bete obi ase dum so a wadru fia wom
the stress come e dey afa traffic mu a dey akodru fie boy
na light bed ya mo si epru ye beti so yi
ye beti so yi kwabra
mi hum posi ya tiso si
and I say epru dey abadada
and ya tiso
wan si ya tiso
there be say ye tiso a prepaid no say nyina calibration no
we ada
say what the can to na wunya nkoto obi dia wokoto a ebia nteso no say wo maka say wo
any 1 week
me
there be say na
akwabra wonto light so to no week
some dia say ya wada bia me to
the auto no a ya wada na no to nteso
but ya teso
ma jari wahu
si ateso
say afidid me na me president say
da bio say ateso na say e be reflect wo afidi ayini mu a kwabna o light na wo to ye no etimi abro ya wada da
ma me nduru ya wada na me meka de meka say ya wada beduru na say de tia na tia na ta say wo bibi a wo be ka kire m
so wo mate so say nteso no ni percentage ni di alpha percentage nso ye adwuma
me de menim sa jare me de menim say ade na tale ho no say ya tesu na ye dan say ya tesu na ye dan me de menim
this one I'm the wunjindi
ma jare
me nyi si ateso because me light no de meta na me to
one intimi nka say wo mate so wo
wo de enya yese bantenya eja na be kire Ghana fo dodo no ankasa wo mu tie ye no wo mu na behunu say ampampa say ya teso anase ya nteso petro yi a ne desire ya course ya sisi a ukogina ewonom na akoto de woni so town
yeah is it say 17 cities plus
ba ye bedru form no manjeri
woto ana
pick up piece 600
now ko
atre so 700 na bomma sisi a ko 1004
ebeko
ansa na ayema
it is say times 2 me
times 2
me da si bebre
times 2 said the bar form on say ne dey shoot kokra
enti me me enti so na wo kan de no kura wo me say me nya hu hwe
bibia
because light no de eto ana eto na fu no so anopa news no na no mo kire say Donald Trump say o ye de enti
me te so mo say adrop
ceasefire bio say de be o mo say adrop wo wi ase adwaman so ba yen so say ha de
ya
tete so 2 weeks
ya te so a akomba ka
say window no nson window no 15
and America no say 2 weeks nti say e ba ye na anu ya o motum nti e hwe say 2 weeks ni beduru no enti so obi be ba ta emu ansa ampeja nkosoro bio dia
o mo de window nso atale ho
na say window
na amfa ho akwabna bede ne anya amframa afa ho
ye bie ni mienu
nti say
ana so de tie no okay
jare me papa be say
o say
memfa na siema COP Osman Abdul Razak
okay
National Security Coordinator akoko ntu bedem to say menana semana chief good morning thank you I salute you sir
okay
o say odana se papa
all right
ma jare nam ketu
ma men kai ma ade na
ketu abi na enra me brother and say oyeminia no
honorable John Chimfojo
forever he's my brother
honorable John Chimfojo
yes
ye nyina ye bra no
me de oyeme brother because ye nyina sisi asema atome ne yeso obi mfa me nkomi kuro mu a onna de mebeko
Na ozo ade.
Enra. Wa say majari asemu ni ho. Ana o pese asem no ba wa bra de wo kan no it doesn't exist because what's the president comment no what taken out of context said there or can asem no and na maka de achia no
okay no not president person chese
oh majari president ye tu kwan ye bo na baso and you say abasobone ya amfa no because what time LGBTQ plus for no nti yaje
there be amfa ma
ya
wa ba bedru enkofo abesra no we dey why ade okoye so and so na president ya no se o na wono kura anya numpo ene hia no na wo niam bebre ewo ni kuromu a ebi ye schools wadan infrastructures ni ade nti saade no wo mo de ba ma no a yesi wo mpe wo ma 70 ya mfa ama no ono no enha no because sa LGBTQI no anya ne priority
yeah
ma jari wo bi ka asem we ya nti akani wonti ase
there be na wo kwabna wo time ameka no 2023 no team ase me back Jerry na wo kwabna wo team anim ga we dey me fa go etire me wo studio hey
wo dey na ye
ade we ba ye no na meka say na nti ade we ya ye ni abere na Sam George honorable Sam George ye press conferences na meka say na we ya ade a ehu hia ya na people are suffering.
Good.
Yeah, proud. Ama mekaya kaso so say. Emre bebre na wo Ghana ha ya dia to. Emudia dodo say ya na dia. Enti we say ye be di mra ntuma na ye nyi ntum no. E dey significant impact na dey baba.
Ma tell wo dia no ye. Wo say wo dia no ye. Wo kan wo ahade no. And wo no refer to abrofo no dia no
the same thing we are speaking the same language
okay
the same thing
won say na
no refer to abrofo no dia no
won say na no me ka kire o say na uni ho na etina mu ba me ka kire kwabana say won say ye politics na ye no da bia ya na ye ema wo nipa na wo bekwa akogina aye ade ne besan ba atia wo entina me ka say Ghana fo nte ase ade na ananka wo se mampanyin yakufu adosan a wansan na twam say ya wasamra shebedwafo wo mo nhwe no mo nyintum o mo titum no mo de bana mampanyi ansan that is when we need to me dia me kan ye no say o mo ntiase a me dia eye me ya me say they are not telling Ghanaians say emra shebedwafo no wo mo nya nyintum enti wo mo nyintum ansa then we can hold president responsible for not signing
akosia we franentuma omo nka nokure omo nka nokure ntire
me nti o mase
mo de ade akoto parliament ena mo ya mra sebedafo mo nim kwan ya parliament fa so yo
madwuma
enti waseda no wabu ani aguso say
you don't do that
minim say parliament na omo yes adwuma we enti say parliament wi a speaker be say clerk be say ye pay your time straight away to president mampeni ye de aba sign na so was on sign na no nya ne priority a na de pese ye kan ya ka kire no ba baby a wo de ne nam yi asa wo de bubu adum ni adan
because media me yes kwabena de me kan say now e was a Ghana for ye de abufuo e komra hye bedwafo so na wo mo nyintum because every baby na akọ baby sabra na na do anya ansan so no emra hye bedwafo hyehyeye e na omo de koma no na wansan na wafiri so atwam sa na Ghana mra no etie nti e wo se asa de ko bio
nipa bi de court nti ankoto na na do table
thank you afa wo baby asam na asa akwa kodu eti na na do na nyo no na ansan ebra na se akoto ni table so na ankoto
akosie
what are you talking about
akosie nyasa na do no wansan yo
eno no na make sense here
opinions no etese hwene obia wode de
and what we say what we pray na be kan yes e kire Ghana for say na do ansan eti now it's in e won krofo tirim say nanado ansan even though
nanado so wo poster wo say nanado poster no ode kasafa LGBTQI no ho a na wo hunu say wo mpese wo besan ni poster
why
I know ya me argument
yes I know ya ono na adwe
I don't know kasa now you are not being fair to the former president because we have to believe say ade na nkoto the table so we have to be established
emra sebedafo no ya ade ni wi a mampani sa obi kokoto anase obi nkokoto no anya wasem wodi ane say ya yewie ya de abrewo but wo president ni din ka be ma comment say asem no krampo what say obi de kokot efa ho what say obi de kokot a efa ho wodi ane say emrase bejafo awie ya pagya ya de abrewo say obi kokot obi nkokot none of your business. And to watch any poster towards LGBTQI plus ya, who partition one person or sign.
Okay. That is your opinion. That is your opinion. But so be say on one sign and quality table so no one sign.
Was he establish mo bi atiase.
Mene Ghana man penyin. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And now no the American since 2023
and one now
and one America mene ne ya adwen pa
because
masa and one me cause and LGBTQ plus emra mo ya be ni gidi say ye kwose
the issue crime say that LGBT ade ya omo ye I am telling you people are practicing
me say ye share mero
me to me evidence. But there are a lot of people in this country who are practicing. What you say?
Be a politician. What you say? And
it is happening. I don't know what's happening. But it says here in Grofu, you hear Sika, you hear Yoma be brave, you bottom. Mimi too, you see a malapa me hear Sika.
And that Konami say, see, I wish our system imua. You see inflation are dropping. You say dollar dropping.
And when you bottom
free tete. Okay, inflation are some tremia.
Now,
Mekatra was
inflation and na media.
Anyone more time Kotokum.
What you say? Inflation no me bottom. And
Dr. Baumia, Okoye and lecture so we use Sukrum. Pabinamo Convention Center or Pentecost for.
Yeah, convention crank of Wobi by Hobby Bassabassa.
Dr. Baumia command lectures or no say economy no is in your pocket.
That is it.
Or say economy and one who
it's as simple as that.
Casatin
and top on who was cash over bottom. That is another question I be
and as you see a cry employment impo and said that. Enkosubia
one kasa kro ma bia omunyu anketa nkuma so kra omususu
obia bre
because the new money
anko what obia kwai obia person sisi ame aya me tene ho se mobile no mo se MPP fo MT ya confess no enti wo mu MT confess no mo nsa dante se confess no wo mu MT ye no we wi awe ni no mo di ye bibi ada na wo bebo no ma ada na wo so unyusu
na wo so
sika no wo bo no ma na wo de ayedan
odi
go see ye
odi go
ye fanti so wo mbeye finance minister say atoa enti abada de e bo no ma na da ayedan e bo no ma na da ayedan de wo sika gu ho enti me tie sika gu ho no mo a na wo de ayedan
okay. Kwabena yan ko enimena ya iskande say dibi
sika say you di nkofo ani atuma ye nkofo employment any da wo kan Minister of Education dey ya see e ba be fa nkofo aduma meanwhile nkofo amoma a wo mu akwanya a wo mu kira ade akura dada no yentu a wo mu ka adia no na sifu agufie wenum gufie emrante awie school nye eni aduma ye womne na wo na wo sori a sinking fund na hwenim ye de we ya betum na we na sinim eni ye de we ya betum wo de abetum a wo de ye dai wo de atum a wo de ye dai mo man kofu aduma nye Mama nkɔfo adwuma yɛ.
Amemmo no ne sɛ, wo sika wɔ hɔ no. Fire nneɔma, fire bibi.
Enti wo
manimre krom.
Manimre dwom yɛ wo sika no ma. Na wodi agu hɔ no ma a wɔgye deɛ. Employment be na ekoso.
Akwabra so sika ne bi wo ho na odi agu.
Enyu ono na ya wo parliament ya. Wo ka se we wo mu ba ye na hwenim. Sisi a wo de ahe $1 million ya tum. We na hwenim wo de $1 million ya tum. Enti okay, ukọbọ besia ba na yedi ana ye dey.
Okay, Kwabra, my young kind statement free Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources ababetuja.
Matebra.
When OSEI press release, government upholds competitive tender outcome for diamond mining leads. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources Ministry hereby informs the public that the ministry has today, 7th April 2026, received the report of the tender committee set up by the Minerals Commission under Regulation 261 of the Minerals and Mining License and Regulations 2012 LI 2176. Pursuant to Regulations 2621B and 263 of LI 2176, the Commission has recommended that the diamond mining lease to be granted to Engineers and Planners Limited, EMP, determined by the tender committee as the successful tenderer. This recommendation has been approved by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources with a further directive to the Commission to take all the requisite regulatory steps to give effect to the approval. According to the tender committee, EMP's bid satisfied all mandatory requirements set out in the notice and provided documentary evidence of access to financing, meeting the 500 million USD threshold. The tender documentation indicates that the company possesses experience and knowledge relevant to the operations, infrastructure, and geology of the diamond mine and submitted proposals for the development of same, including measures intended to extend the life of mine beyond 10 years. Concluding, the tender committee states that on the basis of the applicable evaluation criteria and scoring, the tender submitted by Engineers and Planners Limited attained the highest evaluated score. In summary, the company demonstrated the highest capability to operate the diamond mine, substantiated by their submission of the most viable tender. According to the report, a total of 4 tenders were received by 16 hours GMT deadline on Tuesday, 31st March 2026, which also served as the announced tender opening day. All tenders were considering based on the guidelines issued by the minister in accordance with Regulation 2584 of LI 2176. The 4 companies are Votex Resources Mining Group, Engineers and Planners Limited, Heat Goldfields Limited, and Mariposa Mining Services. Pamrani Mariposa no.
Anya wa o Mariposa.
Mariposa.
Contractor.
Contractor. So they say going to mining.
Going to
mining.
Ani o mesin ko mekura aso.
No go to be o.
So that dey.
So when ya da mine o mesin ko na.
Na tell so that dey me ye wo gold o.
Go sir. Okay.
Yes me nana na this year.
Oh really? And obeka go kutu na just cigar be fie.
When light scale.
The 4 tenders were then examined in accordance with the mandatory requirements set out in Phase 1, Annexure C of the notice, which states that if any tenderer fails to comply with any of the mandatory requirements, it shall result in the tender being disqualified and not to be considered for further evaluation. The mandatory requirements are proof of wholly owned Ghanaian registered company, with registration documents indicating current directors, shareholdings, and beneficial ownership, valid tax clearance certificate, valid Senate clearance certificate, valid VAT clearance certificate, valid certificate of incorporation, payment of the application fee, 100,000 Ghana cedis. Following verification, only Engineers and Planners Limited and Heat Goldfields Limited met the mandatory requirements. Mariposa Mining Services Limited and Votex Resources Mining Group were disqualified as non-responsive for failing to submit the required document. Accordingly, pursuant to Regulation 2607 of LI 2176, the two responsive tenders were submitted to the Tender Committee for Technical and Financial Evaluation. Following the technical assessment, It Goldfields Limited failed to achieve the minimum qualifying score of 80%, and its financial proposal was therefore not evaluated in line with the notice. The ministry commends the commission, particularly the members of the tender committee, for their dedication to this critical national assignment and reiterates government commitment to the Damai Mines' continued contribution to Ghana's economy. The Minerals Commission is accordingly directed to take all the necessary regulatory steps to give effect to this approval. Emmanuel Amakofibua, MP Minister, on the sign here. It's in the tier one, I to say, engineers and planners. One with the capacity now, tender 4 companies in the core, you know. One more any winning the competitive tendering.
According to tender committee.
According to the tender committee. Internet said that no. Asem na because ade no kra ye mfa mani panu se beto ojo ye kukuru di ama no ne ade ade no eye open tender eye competitive tendering na wo mo ye enye se obi hye baby companies ne makomako enan na yabobo so wa ha wo mo de aba beto jo no ne wo capacity ne beka ho asem mame kwa ama no so mra na ye ni minister ne kasamafo ye friend Mahmoud Kabori eni enkomo
na ma jere wo ba beje me ba ware na nipa eba ne ye fo na me sha wo na se popra e Kabori debi ebeye a lesson so me se den hu ni ye na me hu se ayi na gina wonum yi kwabena na gina wonum
kwabena na normal chapo
ne kotokuo mo ye ne ka wo de ba ye ifi a watimu nso me ba no kwotene mu an ho beto no na matama ma alert so one no kwotene kiyos
Mahmoud Kabori me mo ache
Yeah,
now what to say
no fa kwabna odie ma ehu kwan ni nyina ne obaba na nkasa kakra sa
when they are competitive tender na yesa
ye be se usu anke ya se wo ma wo kura ujina ho no competition ponim nipa na wo no ujina ho betumi asesa won taade ni nyina me de ba ma ni owo bie no debi ebe dabi
okay Mahmoud ebra Mubi and Krata, we may know Casafa. Ena, Bibia Banavie. It's a normal Benecom. Being any so mine.
Mamma was an opina, the more basso to my son would be. I mean, she have been paid for me of a program of never saying her. Now, when she our chief for Major Brenner that year 8 me know the common no that catch, say, abide through the Minerals Commission. On the 19th, by said, Minister here. Na said the Damamre Aswing, na possible neighbors and sending Kukun and the Kaka Queen. Yempe Abasa Kessia between your 12 human or so. Now, I will propose a tender process by invoking the Minerals and Mining License and Regulation, LI 2176. Now, Minister J. Penny said, one more tongue. That's how I know. A ma aquanchile mremu kwanya in fact a tender guidelines a tender committee kura no ebe the tender committee no why no work more kwanya say otumiti na committee no so share mrenu mu a say ipa mi enzam free minerals commission and say one na hwe agudie so inya nipa ba free environmental protection authority. As a good year to know environment and quite part and also emphasis on money there. Now, for young free geological survey authority. So, as a good year, able to at least you be a once. And don't carefully selected was a deputy CEO in charge of small scale, Eura Maxwell Kulu, a year director of legal affairs at the Minerals Commission, Eura Roku, and a deputy director in charge of minerals titles. Nipa be saying and the Vietnam Minerals Commission from and EPA Once more, we are saying a penny quantity for Nagasa. Yama Professor Nana Ama Brown Kuluchi, or no, and a Bejina Mu EPF from Nafi, the Director General of GTSA, Professor Akaba, and also Bejina Muma. So it was constitutionally constituted committee. One cloud with the powers to execute this tax and follow all the criteria. At the time when close to nomination said that we can no. Na company akɛseɛ 9 enuanom vortex. Niam Papa Marapuma, a friend is saying Heath Goldfields, and afei engineers and planners. Na yɛwɔ nneɛma ahodoɔ mmiɛnsa anaasɛ gyinapɛ ahodoɔ mmiɛnsa a sɛbi ɔammo antra deɛ di kan a te sɛ deɛ ɛna no woankoto a yɛna. And before you move to the next stage of evaluation, you must satisfy all the mandatory requirements. And how never there they say you know Marapuma ne vortex. On craft be a also within 17 dance your crash. One, only owned Ghanaian companies. Bad clearance near the can you know who will be no. Na as I dance in the automatically. Omodi na agrono and near contour a pim at that stage. Now heat goat fees and engineers and planners that qualify for the technical evaluation. Now, Majari, technical evaluation is idea here pa. As I say, ho, and the baby you say, you might be no cry a day show sano. Who in India no, who are home from mano, who won't feed the out to me, you might know. Why is that you might be paying? We now constitute the technical evaluation. And based on the guideline, even before we be our form, no, when you say technical evaluation, before we get cross average, I will say we now hammer will pay no at the watch maximum out of 100%. At the end of the year, you application information. And see, you share application information, no. Now, two leading companies and two companies are qualified to the next stage, a mining company. And see, Obiano, engineers and planners, that is it. Out of 10, no, we be added the Nakwamua committee number 10. He's go face out of 10, no, no, so none of Kata, and the sons of the mining company, not Abu Bosso, and also Omumano 8.2. I feel we be to say a year technical and general experience, specific experience in similar project and environment. Specific experience in similar project and environment. So you may want why you be paying. Now, but I'm not going to do your papa down and no one why you will also pay out or to nothing or to the culture of the area and say, nobody me are blending both to maximize or minus and work in the deal. Yeah, evaluation out of 40 marks, engineers and planners are 38.6 and a heat go face in 18.4. Of course, it's understandable because you see experience there. Company created in 1990 something. Any company created 3 years ago, no, definitely the experience are not the same. If the committee based on the available documents, a company in no committee no max almost 4 no. I say in terms of a kind of methodology and work plan or performance services, they quality control and the basically your work plan no. Then you see a score 10. Committee no my engineers and planners 9 and a hit group is 6.2. And I say in terms of qualification and experience of key staff, since companies in a mining company no. Obia or Dumayafua or mining nothing. In terms of key qualification on mining staff, no, engineers and planners, Dumayafua no that they said, Omini mines a Juma committee no score 9.6. Thousand a hit go fees in the committee no say almost to mining a Juma Nasia committee no more 9.2. Do you know a bosso pass and said, no mining companies. And I have any facilities or equipment materials there out of 10. If go is any 9.8. And engineers and planners are 9.8. I beg your pardon. and heat go face any amu a year 5.8. And the same is share no. Na committee ni we ya okaka be a maximum no. Na better this heat go fields failed to acquire the minimum qualification or threshold of 80%. It's not third criteria and a year financial evaluation no not on to be qualified to be evaluated on financial grounds. Then so engineers and planners qualify the question say at least minimum who needs to calculate also $500 million our account no. Omun kata omo de buy omo bank ni ade ni adance de buy say $500 a year can one more kura aburo a say financial threshold no so one more qualify. Nti bibia ko na wie no na committee no ehwe obi anka tem no na say engineers and planners onya max no overall max o haba bu pay no adiokonomi ensa chirepo baako ni enum 93.15% ono and our recommend my minerals commission said omo transmitting minister so omo tuna said na kwanzo ye hwehwemu no engineers and planners no gina brania adwuma ne de man no wetimaye ama oman no addition faso ano na nam so a ebeduru minister ho no ono so atwere de aba monten said sa ankrata na nsaka nso no oje mgana mradi oje finchim yedi and the committee na juma odi abano government and the ministry oppose it ejitum and the minerals commission share na share aka nyina in terms of preparing a lease agreement the agreement no be call cabinet for cabinet approval and sign a come na sebejom for ratification nyina no minerals commission and trigger those steps said be ya and manimi ya no it could be 18th April no aye kano that was people listen na name kono na engineers and planners atimi take over obehwe chire na adwuma ahonkoka na kuro no sumpuntu nso ahonkoka.
Okay. Na mami bisa we yo. Eye ansa na elia woman na ye in chat Goldfields for na woman operate wo ho no. Nia me pese menti ase ne se womo contract ne so no womo aka se womo ntimi ana se eson ye se ana eson ye no ene ko ba se aban no ye se Ghana aban ye renew ma omo biem which is which because enra argument be say because of me program so and I try to correct that impression anything I me pese uyi anoman.
Indeed magari yes oba wa ni obetina no otubanchi a no wadua he'd go go fields for Adam Mutubi or no Mutube, the female and female no. That the perfect said why I crowd say, least we can be a dear very new you. As I say, contractors in Mikra no we man no as I say more in Kata, say they cannot engage them again. Exploration work and not say we a mining company. Now we become one. Actually, say, person or two so. But the more they won't know that who to know. That's how we have the account. That's all. But I said, the who to be a who to be a account. Nina go through the 4 year. There are some years that Ubedia say the year 2023 and the year 2024, not Goldfields has stopped mining for that 2 consecutive years. Enti aboba no ano mo tugu wa e kind of stockpile no na no kwa no mo di feed or plant so there was no actual mining ongoing you enti amari ba yi na omo hwe ba bi a gold price e hwede koduru no then quickly they did a U-turn and wanted the lease to be renewed again. Yes sir bi aboa no kawa on fe ne senchero enti aman so yes da bi sabe adanko dada de agro de ene munni enti sa adwadie to kura no nya de a ye beto aso bi eno nti ejina so ye say okay sabio konfo boni o he ya afọ ba konfo papa ba yin na yipa mu edi enti mi fada kro ba ko pempa mu nti enti ade e friend transition team that's a transition team we hwe chire na mo bia so ye wo abisade man na mu jaye no mo make sure say before a transition period no be end no near some started actual mining. To me, no can say goldfields start to mining as a cost. But in all this conversation, it means that whoever takes over now will have to do serious investment. And yet less than 1.5 billion dollars or something. I also yes, serious investment in terms of cutback, in terms of further exploration and all of that to make sure that the future and the life of the mine is extended. And see, one who shows soon by the actually said least 30 years and so on. Of course, you remember in those days under the previous administration, one more crowd track said that should be an omukwa and can emphasize engineers and planners because it has been one of their best contractors all these years on now all mining must be a mining contractor. You see, now our poster, I don't see any idea baby what I said. Mom, you buy and I said maybe a good price is you go and no person you turn on mine so young and they are double do a beer.
Okay. How many years near the Bema engineers and planners?
And only the next phase of Nkomono Ayetrusono. It is the minister can say accordingly, the Minerals Commission should trigger all regulatory actions. Now I prepare argument now. I say no Baba Minerals Commission engineers and planners in terms of timelines, in terms of how much goes into it and everything. That agreement, here ready. Na cabinet is too bad bontia. Any we can speak to it. Now, no need to come back to bedroom about secure ratification for it. It's how do you know? You do definitely your fan campaign achieve for.
Okay. It is a say no, what's a warm expiry date in every bay?
To see the transition team and that transition period the goldfields any buyer from no. A busunia a woman ya did that also do and what into we are 10 days away from that period. But in 10 days' time, that was even goldfields were free. That Maya, was the new entity I can was will take you over and continue the process.
Na no nentem so no be yesen because sente say eda ho sa anso ansa.
Enu ti ye say the committee no kra no one ko Easter no ti bo djuma den de maye no e ojidi ese Minerals Commission so beti maye djuma son sa dia maye de yempe any lacuna say ye be ka say o ya timi anwie bibi ti no any adjuma fo kra mo amunko fie na otumi nu ntam na mo asan ba osumi no dabi eno ni ade a aban ni minister ampe ana ze ka so nyenya entity ni finalize process ti no ebi a company subcontractors amwa ufumo jumangua ye setting na no ba eno ni ade a aban suru kura because you magere onu mbe ya gwen adwuma mu dodo no apebi enya bi ntenze oban tena o ye hwehan ema kakra aka no so ye hwere bi eno nti ye gbe afumo di bi ase within this period no we did our mirror Emmanuel Lama Kofi Buamu said the Ojefen ye and said the Nakuma at that Ghana Mabunu Juma Samsono. Obey the waiting to be as a sector minister, making sure Mabunu Juma are protected and we also work within timelines. It's the animal soon tell the university in Kibiano, which we have to one and one son and brother.
Okay. Na mame bisa we so say aya na nhyehyɛ ne te sɛn adwumakuo bi bɛgye biae bi sɛ otu fam agudie na eduru baabi na ɔse na hoɔden asɛnti ɔkɔ a ɛno na ban ne sɛ ɔsan de ma no na ban ne yɛ nhyehyɛ na ya transfer di ama new company no ana sɛ adwumakuo na timi ɛne ɛyɛ new company na ɔpɛ sɛ ɔno ne ɛyɛ nhyehyɛ ne tena se ɛka ho asɛm bɛbɛ sɛ wo educate ɔsan hɔ no
Dabi the kind agudie de agudie bi e wo man Ghana wo nyina ye man Ghana fo nyina de a man pedi de penso mai na o ba so petu bia ye nto ye agudie no ma wo ye ma wo krata to bi krata se wo betumi etu bi frame e bia ene ko si na wotwe ene ko si na bosume ene ko si na afi it has a timeline It is a lease, to me, Kratana, the amount of no swan. I was saying, yeah, it is a be no kind, and also rational. So we come back to the state. Now, a buy of mine no more than us to it. It's a full for me, and I said, for between the so no but 12 man or so. And I say, on the budget, no, I yet, and now budget the amount on the buffalo. It's no dear. Sembra ni nya so aban no wotu bi say ono na be kire de yemfanye obi kura ti bi ka say yenye nsise ye foforo ansa na ye be ni wa ye ni nyina no to the discretion of aban no na mbom say bia me wo me concession a ma ye ho nkrata nyina bibinti bia mu bi manya me lease ni ade nyina mo kura o se me de adwuma nso ye bibinti be a company moving from that south region and now operational area. Now, me perceive the demand third party. So, I no cry. I also become minerals commission. Hold on. No guiding me, they facilitating that process. So they may have been a successful transfer of that. Obia ni mukwai. Se babaji apply to me that as we could talk here. Na me and the third party on my own. I know here. I'm say enye backed by law. It be large scale mining companies there. To transfer CB and the man to form in the name of say a more small scale license. It's not your job. It's a job of the Minerals Commission. Do you know that's so? Here now the CD Baya. You go, you make arrangement with the Minerals Commission. As I say, they mean clear grant to rent to the it's immediate buyer there, man. I buy there. You want to buy there, not there. Now, so who know people here? No one concession buy their money, their money. It's an illegality. And in the coming days, the work minister is very interested in now. The very interested that companies in Nipa Bia, or my four minor branch of Museum. Every now, so there's a pattern. If your mom, Nayans and I want to process. You are just a user, it's just a user title. You do not have the right and the power to transfer that title to any other person.
Okay. The anti cross one made the ebisa sa as in say where this is not the first time I got to say mining company be why ye juma we and I say why ye juma wapem into or transfer and I say on yet transitioning at the American Kufufro. Yet a man course successfully. Ye nimbi bebre takwanomni ade the mining companies are. Why ya call okay ya the marriage me ko foforo but is it because we no na aye politics e wo munti nipa ni nua eye Ghana man panyin ti na dede yo eba ho sana because ya team pokra na yes ye de amano little did we know say na de no kra no aye afi na ministry ni kra bie a competitive tendering why
Magare obiare de ntia oye ni bibi e so obi azo obi nton akoko be de pa obi wo wa na no bota ele se o kan sem gu abontin de nipa bi ho fi obi wo na bota ele so se e ka ono nko no wa nya ma obi anya obi so bota ele se ya banyo sem se betan tan ya ye nsi abiasi anko no amwa ye no o se bibi a tokoso e de ya manyo sem and you don't know obi and the motive but I know definitely is one of these. Because so now it's a parliament is a house of record. Now okay no. When you say before any large scale lease paper will be, it must go through a parliamentary ratification. Now what for ratification. Now number one says will be the Juma Maniniano. Now I am wapayo. Say who two foot low with the penny. Out the nipa hufi. Atotaya manipa. And now say what you ma cross but say baby I need not to see kakra. And you never will move. But what I say. Obi so wa abrabo mutra no. The ordinary who no. Ono akonu akonu no ase bi de fra no. Mesu ka sante say atia busani agrosa so busa fo nyina kwai. As engineers and planners, a year contracting, mining contracting firm for both agencies. I know what the machine be a quarter in the bottom, the man in the bottom. You feel say, yɛde adwuma no ama no nti na akɔtɔ mfidie ɛso yɛ contractor a ɔno na ɛyɛ adwuma hɔ nti ne mfidie bi asɛ ama no nsesa no anaa ɛno obi wɔ hɔ a deɛ wante koraa deɛ wante deɛ wɔte yɛ wampɛ mu nkyerɛmu nso no na kyerɛ sɛ ayɛ bibi wɔ hɔ ne nyinaa yɛ ɔhaw a but yɛahyɛ bɔ na yɛne ghanafoɔ ato ntia sɛ yɛɛ nokora no yɛbɛba na magana sɛ dɛ wɔama yɛkɔnyɛn no yɛbɛkyerɛ mu fintim na deɛ ɔpɛ nokora no akyie no wɔhunu nhyehyɛeɛ pa na wɔhunu akoma pa a wura ma kofi bu a ɔde di Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources sector no anim no ɔno deɛ wɔnyɛ saa nokora no akyie na mmom wopɛ ntorɔ deɛ a wobɛtumi atietie ya no mu a ne nyinaa mmoa ɔman kyekyerɛ magana sɛ deɛ wokan look at successful transfers a yɛayɛ no wɔ kurom ha at the time when na Goldfish eba beto da man afi Ghana hono no what did they we be the kwazibro ni na ebeje di ha Ghana ni objective but if you Ghana ni na enya di ha enye yo how all the last time I said yeah said na no aye no ko work up ko enya tutu aka yensami how many foreign mining companies and penny for na aka say oh ye be yi bi aboa one ni bi eni a torrentama hodo ati okrom ha tidal waves before appearing incident ni adie plenty of water mukra ni adie no how many foreign companies mining companies and other so are in that regard it is something so trumpet do na mabika asitre ni se ukuro mu ni nya bia se tre bia no one fasika me se ukodo kom direct kra obey bi bia mo edi so passport enu timi de message say adie achi yam build your own na enye beya mwadodo de no mfama no anka okra obetumi aka oba ni nyina ye mfaso no a eyi papa nya ye wa fa nkotwa na dum superede ene sebe Ghana mabun na ye adwuma o data cement Ghana mabun na ye adwuma engineers and planners Ghana mabun edi papa ene ne dwuma kuo ene ne fifre so mfaso dia so man no o courtroom ba min kasa so qualifier tintina ye mfama no dabi but he was qualified. He was qualified. And when we are the same film, you have the above one mind because this is the surest way we can maximize our chances in the minerals governance of this country.
Okay.
Then one more man Ghana in front of Tuma Pemfra.
Medan say Mahmoud Kabori, Okasadema, Lands and Natural Resources Minister, and what China man, and I was one more year there.
Oh, right. Dominic, and then Colonel Dominic, and then a pump for which Romana said to the Kunkrum Wasem. Now, who goes also board you, madam.
Okay, Yeda Sano Peso on Yakasa.
But that's the Benjamin Shelby, and chair with you for
Etio Fojo, so. Abusia Yane Mahmoud Kabori, and they didn't come on, or your spokesperson at the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Now, Onona Yaneno Ekasa Yea, Casanina no, Ejina, Eyen de Corso. Engineers and planners. One more a year a beda, woman winnie said that my minds won't be to meno ever to your name one because I realize say ye can't a year mining company. I just say or won't feed on a demand for your year you must say 2002 engineers and planners I year you ma every time so mobile contract somewhere 2016 one more abo adwuma ifidia eguho one more the year adwuma dem Goldfields for na se ne se Goldfields for se one more ko na obi mbesi o manan a enye wanwa say engineers and planners e be ka kwesi o manan track see oh since 2002 and one my year adwuma ko as a subcontractor and later one more at the contract in the ma one more and one more a year, you man de ma Goldfields for one more two from a good end the mama. Normal contract no more sign one be providing feed in na. Enti enfidia ye de a two from a good and dam tracks are over 200. Watch excavators are one more the excavation ever ho. Nina one be provide you. Say no man say once in the editor. Millions of dollars. And now we are the millions of dollars. In fact, ye Chuchemukra who say planter one with the year Juma $40 million. Dam tracks no Kwabena Bakubia $3 million. Or Mako over 200 one site peno one site takrado about 103 and a woba da mind the over 70 any other areas it was over 200 dump trucks unim dump trucks dump trucks and I say yenam kwan so a esi articulator so flat body so your friend say
low bed
so o say low bed so so and inti aya na wo dispatch
eba asesu wi
eba mo eba te say agekwan ni nyina inti eba aje o che ho your friend of dump truck sa dump trucks no o makoma could over 200 ba could be at $3 million and engineers and planners some na make
Debbie, I was here. I was here chilemu because come here say Ghana hanging na mining for no.
Yes.
Or no machines no mo sign.
Oni part ko say see am na we can say we call a northern part of the country. Engineers and planners say koye mining or the ama different company almost acquire concession.
Yeah.
It's independent concession and no about the engineers and planners.
No makoyama.
Nani the man say ne no. It's not just say CSC the man so nya. In some kay be and actually. It's not the answer right from day one.
Besides engineers and planners me tina actually din na me hwa. Omo nya du frupe. Adwuma no ye de ma omo.
Oh, na se kra oye.
E na me ka no. Omo nya du frupe. Eti ye de ma no kra na se ohun ni se companies ni bi wo betimi aboa no a. Minim se eye dan a obeteche na eyimu ne nkwaban mu. Nti me I don't have any issue with it.
Akosia de ba ko mesrem penimfo no ne se. Yen so kane amfa nse kodo ase.
Debi
ye de sika ne aduaso.
Na hyen.
Nti se wo mu ye bibia aya wo mu ma ansamtrefo ni akire pa na yamma hu de wuro emfa nkyira mansan
me dia be ya ene se te se dia kwabena wo kan me ntwa wano asemesi na relevant information no aye hidden eba ne sana it gives room for speculations
and that speculation will corrupt the mind of Ghanaians. Yeah, no, I mean,
what?
I deal with quite a saber to your class here, dear man.
What? Me say, not no omoka.
It's we go parliamentary ratification.
There be you.
I feel nebeko.
As you say, or no, dear man.
I feel test yes, so was a son video say, oh, go to from a
what to see us say.
And yet, San Seminar, I can't do
Nanu ya omo call Kwawu business forum ya dey.
Yeah.
Nse na kwabena na me ka bibi na no say. Say de bia wotena ha wo ka say Ghana for adwuma. Any say de esitie. Eya yen hwe say yen say no. Ghana ni de hye adwuma. Yenyi amanyosem mfiri ho. Because obia wo Ghana ha say ya oye sebe odefo emfa ho ne political party owo wafa Ghana for mo ye adwuma wo na adwuma nim nti se wo attack adwuma no na se adwuma ni gu a kan hunu se unemployment na tu ntwada tu ntwada every time bia nti se de bia aban we ba obegu Ghana ni adwuma we safoforo ba ono so begu obi de enti da bia na ye nko besie da bia ye nko besie
ne ye kwayechi
enti ye mfa nipa ni bi da ena ye suppresse Ghana adwumayefo a Ghana omo amabie adwuma ye suppresse omo a adwuma no muntumi ntire mu mfa nipa no a omo aka akire na ye say omo ye unemployed no
aya bi sampo say China fo ne Lebanese fo ne omo ye adwuma wa ha no na bisa Ghana fo ye adwuma wo honom aketua ye di tua wo mo ene kwanya ye di wo mo fa so
Ghana adwumayefo Ghana empanifo omo adwuma de omo tua wo mo omo akatua ne ho ayi ne ye
China fo ne Lebanese fo ne South Africa
fo no oni ma de ombe ye o adwuma na wo ye no o the pressure beto so
wo
betete o ada wo yare a wan ma adwuma no ye nim se Ghana fo ni bi nye de but ada wan ma adwuma no obeti afri usikanum
wabusu ani bi wu emfa no
wonim no sa ne oma no omu nim
da bi won kwa yiye asem bi aba ye hia moa wonyi bi emfa no ho waye koto etipaye be kurom anya na sam
oh it's too bad too bad abusiafo yen hwe da obonkrata no anopay da obonkrata no ma fa daily graphic da obonkrata ni nikan daily graphic anopay na wode mampanyi John Dramani Mahama mfo nyina to a mampanyi akopie mu e wo France abrochimemu wonum ayin kro no ba ko friend Leon mu na Leon summit e koso eno no eye one health agenda won say one health no yenyina ye ka bomu adwene kro na ya pomudin atumi agina ne naso na mampanyi akopie mu e wo ho oh Ghana fo kire wodo Ghana fo agi twi agi trada me ko France bre bia na me ko ba bia e fra Sunday ni na yesi mampanyi akufo adoko tenae no yeah Sunday ni e wo France ma antena Sunday ni a metena stand inti e ho ye ba bia stand no ben airport e na Sunday ni no so e ho Africans wo ho pa especially Malians Malifo no omo wo ho pa Mali ne Burkina Faso no nyina ho na omo tena yes ene Ghana fo ho de Ghana fo wona ma ubesa wo kasa na obi menua ai sa na hotie yes na mampanyi e call Leon ama summit na se ena mampanyi chechire mu se yapomudi nsem no e wo se ye nyina ya no kɔ bankuro mu na asem ba kɔ kan ya eye mede ene se saa eyi be kasa bebre no nsa no pe ye kasa tenten topo nko no na eye mede mampanyi se ya kada bia na abanya tunu wasi wo na abanya tunu wasi sese yenya ya abanya tunu wasi wo no yenya ya abanya tunu wasi wo no na yenya action yes action was now for no omu slogan sorry Assemblies of God na say one of and sorry no omu no enti eno no daily graphic de wode aba na ba ko a wa ha say no see oncology nurse ni bia wono no ye ka cancer treatment a nani ebre ho pa no wada bibi initiative bi dia eba beboa engineers and planners engunimdie a wo da man list no ho no eno no daily graphic e dia ba ena oil palm wonum echese sikasam no ewuram a ebetimi aboa ma sikasam akonanim pa oil palm no ye enwo ai we ye DBG CEO na echira se na me ka se ECG say wo fiti 240 million transformer upgrading inti say transformers ahodo no mo ba be upgrade ama eno ho asem no wo de aba e wa kira ha afei National Road Safety Authority see adrobafo speed limit no monte so ye big push kwan ya wo mu ye e ma mo mfa me ye speedy eti eno so no
okay agos mame kwa amano so e na ye ne Kwadwo Nsafo Apoko Executive Director de ma Institute for Energy Policies and Research ye no eni komo say sadia form wo e kono ye dachi mo eni sen Kwadwo mache
Nigeria to say.
Nyame adoboko na nso e.
Boko em se mechi ono pen machi awati fo so.
Etiefo ejo so pa.
Na magazi o san so ahwefo.
Ahwefo no so hwe pa na ye se wu kan.
O de mechi ahwefo so.
Sa pepepe. Wa de. Na ye bisa se ye fango diesel ya sa akwa dru 17 cities. Little over 17 cities biem. Petrol so na enenam 13 14. Minim se baby 15 dia, but them say 13 14 na me. Na ye bisa se ye dachi mu etisen. See your forecast here.
Say ni be ye ding and signing my bre. Se o share we are say manone saying igedi na ekono. On say ni ubi afa the phone na no share oil price world market you saying. Now what we see here 100 and something be we see any boko through. That a bona unwo abel for if you so amanone trading price no. A we be a friend of futures a daching a bo and yen a bo. In tea, infant is able a corner war Israel Memuni Iran for war starting match. Into starting match now almost tough and boom in an almost $100 no. Sa fango no yinyam fango ma wo mo e de sa fango ne be kwa koma wo mo e bia botomia e tuwa ebe inti se ne no pe ya sorry ya ti se ye si Iran ni America for enya ceasefire plan che said there will be a ceasefire before 2 weeks And Rampo, not Trump, posting on social media say he's going to destroy humanity. Then the Prano. Ocean market no about form by $1. That means na market no nim say adia Trump will come. Don't mean it. Oh, the DB and ocean market now they look at certainty possibilities. Omo who say inyadia no za no tineba Trump to bomb you planet and the area. That's not anything that will be me. No. Ocean fan go bona and cost will be but also $1 no. And pay yet and pass there is this talks of a ceasefire. And no immediately no na your fan go bono ever from there. Window here in the Kubi, which is next week. That window no the cost. Most importantly, if you cry end of month window no ever stand cost. But if you have to ceasefire no be here my dear now fe may bosumena ibisibono maybe a free honor your best start who say the increment no will not be high abiana abastate but from baby towards the end of May. But the CRD bosumia no we will see some increases into bedding. But the good thing is that if this ceasefire now will come on here by the end of May we will start seeing the reduction in prices.
Okay. Na yebisasa so eba ni say na aban no kwan ben so na ete say aban no fa so handle the situation. Na and for how emre o mamufo no so.
Oh say ya na impempi no the bibi temporal sana. O say forecast na o hwe. Ade a biku yi a de how be bre me aban na ede nso abre memufo ana. So the easiest one everybody talks about is the one city na the buy so petrol walk from the one city crowd to swat memufo. The government can take that one city on. Then the price stabilization and recovery levy and also 16 cities he can take that. Into the ABR by anything in one city no for the next 6 weeks no. Now, but I know it means that he has to call back Parliament for an emergency session and then basically pass a bill under certificate of agency. That because bear in mind a law, which is a law, temporarily amended. Then when Parliament comes back in some time before they rise for summer, no, they will have to restore. 80 no bibia aman no bitimi ahwe nipa piso aka say na say so fango course you know your cotton fango say instead of your budget of 75 you know as long as fango 100 cities no the government is making 25 cities more so $25 per barrel more into sales can so no we to me the annual barbecue ama baby onugo yi free you know or their barbecue. No options available to the government. I am not in said the move becano a necessary among your summer NDT no Phoebe Tremu Memoir Iran Iraq war the Bayana Omzu and President Muhammad or obey sensitive than the insensitive NATO government, which a nano in Naya who said so Naya now so called. There's nothing you can do if you are in government when these things happen. And to know, I think that on your seminar, you free found them any electricity in seminar, or see you found them free. Because electricity price, a costra, and yet a buying at the cost road, about for mine, buying the bathroom. Petrol price, a costra, and yet buying in a year. But yeah, now you know, before the piano buying papa and I found go couple. And may have found go course for India, Umpesomo, EU meaning the Fango near the start Jabba for one, from a start taken by Papa. No, maybe it is not within there because the worker and a bank will be. You want to buy to be 1 city 20 pesos. That 1 city 20 pesos, no. A banking and a yes. But the Oko share a buying to stick at the foot rooms, they can't go near. The way I a buying no. A buying more because if the next 2 windows never you know,
you have to two cities, 1 city, 2 cities. Now could you 1 city 20%? Will be a but they make my here.
Yeah.
And then you are buying me 1 city 20%. Near a connect window, near cotton 2 cities. Now 1 city 20% so you free so we'll be able to say for me, the most important conversation I've been trying to have is also about making sure there is product available. Product availability, is more important than anybody because anybody need that's a corner with the big part and also the how for the background. So it's the abandoned media my advice is they shouldn't be in a hurry to go and reduce prices because look, we in there also sign the back. We in there the most important thing is that put effort in making sure there is availability of products within the next 2-3 months. Now that is very critical.
Okay. Na kwajo ayana ye no ye situation it saying ye beka ya COVID by ye ebra na MPP abandada ne woso. Yante say shortage of fuel leba. Ama wodo so say challenges bebre. Ana Russia Ukraine war crown so yetete even Germany and nomini ade na wo mu face challenge. Ba ye ha no ye face challenge in a bon mum na ya na ekosoro. Ye no situation it saying na ye nyane sa.
Situation in this say you're not Ghana 35-36 million population you're not so when you compare India money Nigeria Nigeria is almost 300 million population. India over 1 billion population. It's uncracked, it means the amount of fuel we use per day and also they have a lot of industries that uses energy. It uses maybe diesel. They have a lot of consumption. Into Omono, we make a credit pay. Now was almost start to look at how they manage the product. Ghana, your consumption, even a fear you will, 2025, and our consumption should too up mainly due to some of the heavy galamsey and all those things that cost no food, But your consumption as a nation, it is not that high because we are small. We are not a big country. In Tusha, the storage facilities are in Ukraine, any products are ever, and we pay a very good price for petroleum products. We share infrastructure and dasuma or more body products and bring yes thing will be placed. So in Tiana, most of the companies prefer to bring their products to Ghana. All the product bagada infrastructure unyano. I think they are the small countries like Togo, Liberia, and all those countries. Into most BDCs, almost pay products about Ghana and getting. In that factors, there were good storage facilities, and we pay a good price for products. We always have ships coming in to offload. And product processing. Even before, somewhere in February, we had something called oversupply. Now you have too much product in the system. Now we be banana or more motor or more today. Oh, boy, we didn't board in me. But I don't come but talk about 2 weeks. I'm in Ventia. Now it was more of a buyer's market. Or more motor the phone and now almost the teacher at all for Obi maybe say you want my mom and say I'm even talk. And no, a good thing for our market, the internet matembiano, your availability. But the longer the war goes on, now products are air banner, so air then, so air. Into products air banner so you might get to a problem one. Now ABR, you will hear no uni. No na ye will be no ye boko say my because you do what they are behind.
Okay, enti saa hoya wudi si ye na bibisa se dru ho na ha adwe na ekoba se aban nimpo consider said ya Honorable Felix Kwachofu so mayeti and said the government may consider se born besa akosoro sa na yi eto na firi so a eto enso na wobotaye nti asa eto ne baaye no eti ba na sa na chain ni mu no ye benyo haw so ye nyina mkane awonsem ene ye fam go no se ye be yi to na firi ho.
And they're not going to robbing Peter to people. We are free baby, they're kosher baby, the baby so bet every twitching. OGG scano, would you could fango ita, but fango electricity and that. Nti ko yi free hɔ na wokɔkɔte so a na ɛsɛ hɔ no sɛ ɛsika no ɛma nti no look de bia meka sɛ minister of finance no ɛkpakɔpa adwuma wokɔtena hɔ na wokɔfa book ne pencil ne ruler to ho a ɛnyɛ slide rule adwuma ɛno nyɛ hɔ ne yɛ no ɛwɔ sɛ woyi obi a woyi bi free akɔhyɛ ha na ɔde ha akɔsɔkete ha saa na minister of finance adwuma ne tiɛ because there's never a time where you have all the things you need. So, a juggling act where you need to be able to balance a book that 1 + 1 is no longer equals to 2. That is the work of the finance minister. Maybe I'm a theater force in Kasana, we've never been a ministry of parliament. Now, first hand view of Nyomana numbers na are there up. Intinino to be continued on started off complaining. My question is, what is it that now we need more and then all? So it's we free hakosha hadia, the be touch na baby.
Okay, it is about you free ho now and driver for the be create so about maintaining na wamuntu.
We free ho now a but like I said, it's temporary. It is only temporary nature, no. It's up to the government to decide whether it benefits. From the technical point of view, here you should say, look, everyone said BBC in a bit pertaining for 2 months. Yes, within the next 2 months, the government can release maybe 1 cedi 20 pesos from the fuel. So they are or no they buy on you flow for 2 months. Now within after 2 months, no, pass on the other. If we do back as a temporary idea and they're now it's the conversation we need to have, and then Ghana force to memupo yena ebe boy and I am boy. I drive for more cat on person take for so yeah na pimpino we no mo nyajene. If say you unite to kroma na need for bo. About $10 so you could do 10 point something dollar need to buy. Yet the who's the driver for so go down so nye petrol kwanye de your pricing. It's in then a petrol and moving so that to flow. Oh, yeah, now you say the kind panel also in the mucha, a then one driver me, yet two also. Now, if you say a cassette, also there be a bit of implement to surface and your phone quantity a petrol price. And then a cost of the open sale will do for a petrol price. Because what catching in your phone quantity a petrol price. Because we've had a good 1 year, more than 1 year of petrol prices coming down. Abu group and Pensubia, you taste that GPR chance will be for at the petrol bosso. In fact, baby crowd no more tea, almost Shadama, a friend is saying, car no more thing, no more charge the open. But in your Wukuma. I think almost hold on because products mupe, Otuka mupe, a better increase product. And increasing products are Ghana in him no, I dare consider the time before. Into Bosumi no no. Yes, the government might consider temporarily releasing the 1 cedi 20 pesos from the floor. Sebea driver force we feel okay, well, Abana Yibi. Into yes, so hold you the next 2 months, then we can review the situation going forward.
MP for stock how much I say you were a bit immediate for some weeks near the is it encouraging?
But I'm for stock no that we should look at when that was said. Edu Jibeka asem no say Bobosumi Echamo. Bosumi ni actually.
Na me say Karen because Enra na me was say na ene na man say you full stock.
Full stock I do Jibeka and say it was 7 to 8 weeks. That was about a month ago. The good thing is that there are more ships coming in. You loop and pensua as yinya ship ever. And I will say Strait of Hormuz now or more inclusive, or more inclusive completely. So you start to call now be asking you and here to do $200 per barrel. But it do 110 no. So that could be for 116 and a sand baffle. What informed the world market and say yes. That area normally control 20% of world stock of crude. But Iran for no. na omo ni omo wo saa no na omo ma omo ship ko nti na nye ship ni nyina na nko e ba jo tia nti na ship ni bi ko nti no not the entire any bi twem but uko na e kwa ite dubi kwa na omo di tolling fee uko tia utola na omo no di saa na e watua dia e ma ship na ko na nkru ni bi tia njama world shortage no any disturbance no and for yet to say the na e was say e no oh iti enunti no na ama saa high na baby o tanki kudru no an kudru iti osha the shortages that should have been on the market yes we all know it's 20% in but not a bit and going forward from eneno I think that those that can go through will be more it's no how no ever from oh, that's the thing. But this thing of now you 8 for instance.
I said 7 to 8 weeks currently they are about to join here.
7 to 8 weeks, yes. It's 7 to 8 weeks, no. All the ships are now your book, so into your 7 to 8 weeks, say you walk and she MP for near friend Laken, no, a listed DBA company the ship be offload. It is our companies no ship be load, for the last 1 month, Yinya company be a good news one ship ama. Company be a good news one ship over. But what you see, it's a note say your bookings are it has not been disrupted. And this lake is planned 2 months ahead. Into your April diabituja, May diabituja, June diabituja. Into name no say meaning May 20th, shipper company and the ship be equal to you at them port. May 30th, meaning company and the ship back with you at them port. Into that documents, no MP for any seaboard for any year, normally atuga. Into there is a certain level of planning at least 2 months ahead, if we have product coming in. So Drew, maybe a company big ship then the alarm bells will start ringing. Say, hey, then it grew that company ship will be amber. But the good thing also about Ghana is that almost the first, not companies need to breed almost put as called Nigeria. But then with this started the operating Nigeria. Most of the companies now don't put up Nigeria, almost bring competing in Nigeria. So they bring it to Ghana. In Ghana in Pimpi, your overseas will do say in a lake and cry in your product to buy a lake. So there are a lot of ships around the Gulf of Guinea that are also looking for an avenue to offload. So until we put their at the amber, with their arrangement will be so delayed the amber. So we are in a good place for now. I always say that for now, but my fear is what happens in May and June. That's where my challenge is.
Okay. Now, what's your energy sector now? And also, it's saying, into so a chance yet take effect. Now, what you tell me, 1st April, the significant impact in it, say.
Electricity, transformer area have media transformer no not transformer no over from so transformer now say more the engineers about the following day that the same problem you would have to ECT for some be change transformers anymore because the transformer need be very overloaded is why that here changing around the country so I think that the ministry and the ECG are aware that there is some emerging trend there. And there are no engineers for a lot of cases. I think that the ministry and the issue attend to those problems. I have not gotten the numbers to decide whether the phenomenon of doomsday are bad there. But even a lot of prominent journalists are complaining on social media any other places. I'm here to follow up on the numbers to see why this situation. But maybe area they are mostly transformer problem na maybe war area. And I hear in from Afapena light but after machines need start to protect itself. The lighting very one transformers they stretch off so that they are lightning and say machine. Lightning the company really that then the machine will kick back up again. That happens a lot in most places. But the challenging industry, literally, the NDC almost position and almost cancer, you know, and people are buying this car, and in a career, and people are buying this car. And me, sir, my DJ one city, Muska. Must say more in the best economy in 2025. You have all the money you need. That's not the law, for some Kenya. I just another make and just. You know, that thing that they said in opposition that the Kanyano was going off because now MPP are buying this car. Is it true? It's not. Oh, yeah, and then they can't say buy electricity now. I mean, person buy yourself. But you can't sometimes help it when the NDC ignorantly say certain things. Oh, then I go to buy this, and you need to me buy this car, now buy this car. We need to be the IPP car, or the IPP car so much money. And we have the records and the videos and the write-ups. And the Muslim IPP work about the woman, and the buying IPP work. Enough, in fact, there's enough money coming in AIP. Gas by a data, much way. Yes, you think all these things are the lights still not going off? They're still going off. So it's also you said, it's technical. And for the last 16 years, I'm the only one who's been very consistent on this conversation. Very consistent. Meka say, can you do more? It's technical, it's not financial. And then what is happening in Ghana today tells you, say, can you do more? It's technical. And it's financial. Oh, Sika saying, na adibi say ya. And you move on and with me, Sika. Also, will compare be no be amount, and I'll compare parts now. And I said, gas, I'll compare, but who's cow, but also compare gas. So, it's may I just think that as time goes on, we educate everybody in space, na enjoy among them, maybe because the name say, I'm therefore, we are in Mapuna a few moments later. Me could you poku, Metina TV student radio, so 15 years, will be to me a few moments later, because I'm very consistent.
Okay. Can you anope yeda as say when you din komo?
Na my Jerry must send me a buy every own can once.
Oh, and the end no sounds another be those with the
Oh, big push.
Aha.
To just say you say Oman Penny I catch there
yeah.
Or the minerals royalties, any petroleum revenue, and a big push. And I mean Institute for Energy Policies and Research. Yeah, if you move, I share 2025. Sika Yinyan or your minerals royalties, Sika Yinyan or your petroleum revenue. No, Okamboma. There is just canon a big push in India, and yet the inferior Dubaco in Ibitia, President Mahama Kana or Batoro. And the NDC government and President Mahama has told us, say, almost Mobotia, almost the Abayani Sika, and a Bayes Agyeman. Now, in fact, Road Minister said by 2027, Agyeman contractors may be. And I may say, the one 2025 budget, we 16 billion Ghana cedis. 2026, we budgeted 30 billion Ghana cedis. In total, 46 billion. Next year, say your share contract 81 crown out the Mayana, and no is about $7 billion, which is about 733 billion Ghana cedis. No, depending on the rate I be used. So you find say $7 billion. Within 3 years, I buy an $7 billion. No, way in a share contracted car. Let's just say one kind today, no credo, because of the revenue from oil. Any revenue from minerals, gold, mineral royalties, and they give it $7 billion in 3 years. The care about honor. In do $4 billion. International, the national over commercial can have. And only a cata to guy, you a binding penny for the Ministry of Finance, so forth and say, no, now on change your
nature say, Sikano and Husika Samono ain't see any.
The math doesn't add up.
Hey, some more. big pushy.
You know, I can't all back to me. I don't have a problem. Same puntu the oh yaman.
Yeah.
And I'm fat your boy.
Mm-hmm.
To do me them about me young puntu no meja karam coin family. Because what shall support him by no. Or the complaint is there. MPP are buying 40 billion Ghana cedis ama or more on which you have contractors. No crampo, a big deal or more me and sons on which you have 40 billion. But okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Or see what vetting and or vetting, you know, which I say, but the rest which you are in 2 years. So one who 40 billion Ghana cedis. One buy, you know, Oboka $10 billion. $10 billion no in 4 years that can now pesa ubono. Ose ode yenyan onko bobosia. Now the yenyan sika. Now you go share a crack no Bank of Ghana documents no. Actually said, but actually say, nyuma mienu me mobosia there. But the government continuous. We book at 10 billion to what? Na actually man go chari account. And now can na yari odi na yati wase. Now can say mobosia. Now, within the next 4 years, no, we contractors got over $10 billion. The question is, Oko first can we? And those are things that Jerry, Ghana, and I don't think that we ask politicians these tough questions. Because and now have social media, TikTok page, and Puntu, and I say, in Babunin to you, maybe I say, Opianka to be Puntu. But you say, cut your coat according to your cloth. Yenyoma and to me, just because you are in government or president, to say I'm spending 10 billion, give the contract out and go in 4 years and don't care what happens to this kind of a. That is why we are where we are today. Because Obiaba, and how do we now? Yes, what's the we? Now you Ekano ena ema afochire eba kunim. Nipa pinti tanye na. Obi e pa kwan, obi epe we. But abine bo na all bogu for ma actually mano. Eno na ma e how da yenim do. Enti we abine na ba 4 years ah. Now for the mobosia dia. Every year biano, you get about $800 million. Do projects that fit within the $800 million. Na yembo yensema se bema be yidu an be ni nyina oko wan faka anto na oba ka se oba be boka $10 billion. Meanwhile the maximum revenue you can receive is not even up to $4 billion. That's a $3 billion no o dem fa ho oba kana to ho ja ho na ekina bi no obi ba yet Ghana ko ho chire wo na ekukuro na o wa ba mu na odi za no aba ka se e no wa ba mu na Ghana ko ho chire wo. Not right. When Ken Ofreta did it, we complained against it. We talked against it. That Ghana dashing. And you go for DDP by because you to Benzubino, na you to be chia, in free IMF move. Ubiswaba, on us you would be made a member me check 10 billion. And we are not asking the politicians the right questions that matter. Yes, we will appreciate $10 billion of infrastructure. But over the numbers does not add up. Nobody is asking these questions.
Okay. Yenya paying for the baby sound, Kodio.
Medasi Palma Jerry.
Namishapa. Yanni Kodio Safapoku, or your energy expert or executive director, Institute for Energy Policies and Research. Onini no ekasai na menka o se ene Dr. China ye MPP Dr. Charles Dwamena o ye MPP wo national treasurer obebe fia ye kasai operese general secretary position no obeba bedie eti obebe fia no aba be kire ne botaye no odi bedi eye odi pre general secretary dibia no ewo MPP mo Ghana Montie Sunie will need 100.9.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Ghana Montie Sunie will need 100.9. Now, I do enjoy the website 02011 62746. 02011 62746. Okay. 0201162746. When are the befa na wonso yaje eye wadwenkyere ewa ha. NEAT 100.9. Yeguso na Kwami. Those are Azemo. All right. But I was why should it come out? Na a message is via and nobody send it. But Kwabi unim say there be an American say ya sanita no. I say Mark Jerry in some ha. I say in some ha. I was in some ha. In some had in and say Yamanyo 701. Say ye nuru baby ye bedru kevi biswaka say in so many be why ye mfa nya Yamanyo sema. Ebacho emboye. Emboye. Eti say ye timi dru baby. Obo sa asem de beto hɔ a the ono no cannot justify. The ono no so ejina chire no. No so your friend is saying obogum. Ono so twa defense awone ho. Tables in the 10 here no be for so say the American is saying na me pa chire. We so say there be also say na wo pa chire. Chale. Disturbing no. Disturbing. Kobi fankata na yefa bi ento aso. Na honorable John Team for John so beba ha. Good.
Right. Katen so oba omo anu hu
na. Na oba no nim say de so obo anu. Ni nuanum gu a.
Enenye.
Ene kura so ugwa. Don say na ugwa de mu nye kura.
Abusiafo daily guide bokrata nanim ha. Abrante awrade esira no wo sika se tam. Your friend Richard ni amakwe relax ene yata de friend no na abrante yi ameka naseme na yire ede ne kokko to say divorce wo wanware bio enti yanta abrante na japade animu mienu na ye manofa na bra okoko to a wokọ press japade bebrebe ede ama no ho se nansen saa na omu ye ena Abraham ne nabre o maame a wo no mponka aso ne nabre high court tie asem ni din en wotre se Mrs. Joanna Kwe Richard Niama Kwe yire no de ye betumi aya ma no a 300,000 Ghana cedis enti abrante enu ntua wa ya de watena ware ase 15 years abrante enu so aya de 15 years wa hwe no wa mana aduane akuroti no sa 15 years enti yese wa mana 300,000 na won fanko na abrante no ajapade de bi ne nsa nim ne na nim ede na oyema no wan contribute wan kwaje bosia wan kwaye bi
because I said what the ho dance and ma court no
yes
said dia wo ye ni dia ye ni nyina na yes what the one hunu
Debi
say no ma we nti na miguso ka say ma wade enya attractive
na ma jare mi hu senti a woni be ma kwatena na de hye wutiri mu ne say na japade na me kwa akwaje me yen kwachem ni ya ma mefa na wo ma me no papa wo ma anya hwe ama won ena ukoka bra me ne nabre o so ma me yam abosom nkro na ogira benkum na ogira nimfa o se ne ma mi na ne ma mi mponka ne ma mi nkasai wo ba wu akwala ebe titi akwada ho majari ebe me na duru ba bi a wo de obeduru 10 years na eye pa se awrefire wo ho no odunsogu ho osisa ne pampers ya no asa agya ne nan oyare wokọ hospital wasa ba fie o maami a wo no kra no ono kro nkase bra me ne na brepa menen bra menen na bra
Babna wo de bra obi ni obi abra no kra na nya challenge se ne de oba ne be ma moko ware a edian oba support be ma support oba bijitum ya de no de wo ho na aya na ekoye botae se
mo
mebeja ware aba abaji ajapade se no ama na emma awade enya attractive hwe sa asem amaka kan Medimedi say Ghana for dodo na antemase but appropriate time. Said the asem bebre wo ha meka ya been vindicated no. Ye beti ase. Say of late na awade me awade anya attractive to me anymore. Because of insem bi ACCC, the ACCC ye and obi afrim and ho insem basa. Say obema no oba ware a be ma afrim a ye say hey oba ne na eku no. Oba ne be afrim a ye say be ma ne na eku no. Sense we are cost side, basically na wade are attractive to some of us. Your personal experience. It is how na meka and depending bin team as na wo ma send penny for to me from to me. Now the papa and yes wow awade anya attractive na meka na yes meka na sa keke o. It be drew down who baby na ya decoration. Adan ya yes obi be ware na me jiro de na mabobo me sara me hwe. Na me so gbe. And then when decoration amani aje mu be di asa. Awade. It is not attractive to some of us. And one can say bia ye be ware na ye nwade but enya attractive because of say no ma.
Na ma je wo ka say won ware a obi be hwe.
Oh obi be ode. David we are go bia na ba do ware.
Obi na tadua. Baby a wo ka say won ware bi obi be bo.
Erade. Awade enya attractive because of is no ma bi say ya. Trimupo na so kwabena ni tirim. O say media botaye ne se.
Na ka say be ma na o ye na japade on de wagimi wa hu. On de wagimi
anye we na.
Na ya metri baba no. Ono ewiase nyina opi omo num ye omo de pa wona ye number 1. Say nam. Na meneme na obi afufuo bi ebika ye no de breye. Hwe ni so na nkwan gu hu. Enti ye tena ase a ye dia na obae. Ohun se no akwa ohoro ne nsa. O de ba batum. O no de atum anim, no de afafufuo na se, no de akom na nanim, no de afafufuo na se. Ma jere wo penamari. Wo so se ya ase ni so ape. We ne nsa ho ko ohoro. Ana me na se o de me na kan me ka kire we kire o se o ka se bi da so be fa kore
asemo
anti a court say
anti o say Richard Amakwe say
one man 300,000 now over nkoto makeup boss na what they are yenanim say wo this guy koto makeup box ni bi kakraka no de asese bibia wo mu no wo se wanti ase nti wa kofa dam ne ne nkofo se wo mu koka bi ma no na da man eye EMP ewie sampa dispute bi ewo ho afi honorable John Ntimfojo na wo sra mu JDM Gomwa Easter Carnival. Oh, what a culture, music, economic boom. Omume kromu wanu ye de pa kwami asare wo ben Prasia. Alaji Fazuk, yesi Alaji Fuzak. Yesi wa completed 3-story block at the Ambediya Islamic School. Oh, okay. So adie ya ye kana amelia isaye ambelia
adia
on say my judge say guide enim hase on sa right corner no on say edini ye ambelia
sir
I think so.
Amaria ne de se aka dadada o and then satete
intimate na
me ka Amaria kra be 40 years
Amaria ne ye frɛ no
no Amaria okay well nkramofo no betima boa
I think say that
now wo ko makaranta no wango
Debbie see enru ho yani Amelia no a na Amelia ton wache e wo papa salifu na yire no no ton wache nti ne wache no a ana kota Amelia wache brem kota Amelia wache brem en wo bi be ware a yesi wo ye so Amelia could be bride's groom wo
say usually in kremo ni ba waware
na o be ware a your friend o be ya Amelia en wo ware wi a o ya Amelia nti Amelia no be ya Mrs. Yohana
something like that mentia say the measurement
it could be
because I now usually ne awafo no man you from sir
nti me ya sure say Amelia be ya Mrs. Ya na Amelia ana ya na ye fro na ebe ya ye fro se ma jeri ya ye fro ai Amelia be ya ye fro me ye sure say obi a wa ware to say ayefro
when enkramofo say eye obi a ya na ayefro ne fe na Maria
enti wo ya ayefro
you forget no
eni ye de etuo mu din no
say ye ne ye de amam enti Ameria koko
Ameria
koko
Ameria wache Ameria ko
e just ayefro forget no
wache
sa pepe neti
madani na waba
and me say because integral na ye hodu an ye we
so waba dia o magina kunwe na
okay enti ya ba ha ye ni 100.3 maka cho say Dr. China Dr. Charles Dwamero beba ha honorable team for Johnson ono so ebefem e wa ye ba tie we
catch list ni nie enuma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no hwem so betumi a asew na obeka ya jontuma miensa duku portmanteau this way chocolate drink na kan wo hwe afibia nso beri ni waware ni a this way chocolate drink na kan sia asew udan kan no ntum ho me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho wo hade a wapi ho o ka sa batete eda fom wo
this way chocolate drink
catch obepe e baba ware
asew
ye fia say this way chocolate drink ye sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi sha fridge nom no snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom prick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkrato mu agye atum se eye
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Muntie. Na mansanya so. Adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Montier.
Ghana Montier Sunia would need 100.9 to say that Mika no Dr. Charles Dwamena, ye share him so babeka ye ho honorable team for Joe, on so ye share him so babefa e hase na ye no abon komo kakra quickly ye the health tidbits and so ye the bebro na Dr. Maya Pomodeno no etima konkan panifo ebeba ansana ye panel members nso aba beje womadwa Mesha Kasante what the yeah
ma mentia Ford wa omu free Cape Coast back ran ma tell you when say because of say na me ni wo mu ana wo ho
aya Ford for no
anti anope bia wo mu tie ni tef omu free Cape Coast back
and e back ran aya Ford drivers no oh
obi atie ni tef
ye don mase
na me boss back one oye adwuma o Radio Central your friend of Mystic Man.
That's right.
Mystic Man.
Mystic and so they are radio deep pound.
Nidian Kasade, Dr. Frederick Oforinuako. Na Mystic Man, and your third friend.
Okay.
Radio Central, GBC. Oye Nia.
Okay.
Oye Nia.
Okay.
I salute you, boss.
That's right.
I salute you, sir.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah, don't want to say. Yeah. Say, Brando, bro. I'm going to one of the needs. 100.9.
Mystic Man.
That's right. Kobi mami kwa amado so yene Dr. George Siamasi for medical director. You don't know any community health betina sampa info yi aba betina say. Doc Martin.
Yene ma Jerry.
Na mpom te say.
Oba de adaro ma bra na ho ye pa so ho ye.
Nyankopa adom. Boko odi ache. Great. Anopa yi apom dene the end say ye hwe apom dene.
Yo ma Jerry senior da ye no meda wase na mafa we fidi kase so adaro listeners ni na ase. Se brand bia na ye nyamre etie yen. Na ene de pese ye che the major functions and I say importance of a draw and so as if for say the abadja so friend Liverton. Na Brano you didn't come aya na your boss see for say who the role ya can Liverton na ya can your bread born who asem. Mestre say the ama ya kasa ato so titru a fan of bread born horo cases are you who this space no cases maybe wa na very weird in the sense that at a very early age or stages in life, and although 20 years or 27 years, 25 years, now onya liver problem. Now liver problem is also a bar. Now about one time, not just say yenyamre and ye check up and share any pediano, yenyamre and share the important functions of your bread bono. Ebi kura wa my signs and symptoms be but yembu ye ni gu sa ne ma ne nyina so ema yempo yesa share ho no C4C say Liverton abamo bia from 12 years and above na o share the component of Liverton ultimately won say ye wo Chalidonium magos wom nhihwemu ama ye hu say that Chalidonium magos no eboa tissue a wo brebo ni mu a the friend hepatocytes no kai say hepatocytes no eno na boa ema brebo no to me tini juma nyina ye say e fa no taking away the waste of alcohol, taking away the waste of energy drinks come empo edro kra no there was special enzymes be liver ni mu eboa na break it down sa enro ni nyina enti wo fa pressure edro no kai se wo brebo na boa ema wo pressure edro no na ho oden ni efficacy no ekosoro nti eni kwan se otwen ana otwa ma wo brebo na ho oden no eba fom pe edro a wo no mo no so unya emu ho oden ni nyina ebi so a wo diabetes mpa chaw se unya liver na de ye ne se sa component ya bobo bosudin no eko liver ni mu ankasa eko kenya liver no ema liver no to me de na glycogenesis function a express esichire duduo na edo so wo nipadua mu no liver no ne pancreas di hom komo kai so your pancreas no na you're responsible to produce all the necessary hormones insulin ahodo a ebetimi aboa ama sugar no abafom nanso oni ebrebo no edi nsa wo so abribia enti nhwehwemu ama yehu se sɛ wɔbrɛ boɔ no ahoɔden no wɔ fam pɛ ntumi mmoa wo pancreas no ma mo regulate wo sugar level no yie tae kyerɛ sɛ ɛsikyire nso bɛdɔɔso wɔ mogya no mu pɛ ɛma woyɛ mmerɛ ɛma organs a kɛseɛ a ɛwɔ nipadua no mu nso so nya problem ɛma ntin no brɛ nti sɛ wonom diabetes aduro a ɛnni kwan sɛ wofɔgɛte obrɛboɔ no aduro no nkɔm na ɔno abrɛboɔ no nso so ɛboa pancreas no regulate sugar no yie ama wo ebiom yɛn nso so a ebi a efi atena yɛn nipadua no mu akyɛ yɛsua no na pɔmpɔ bɔɔl pɛ na wo maame aka sɛ efi aba wɔ mogya no mu ɛyɛ nokorɛ mpɛn bebree no efi ne ba wɔ mogya no mu pɛ ɛma wo body no respondo ɛno na yɛafrɛ no inflammatory response no C4C sɛ livoton aba ama efi a ɛbɛde apɔ nipadua no mu a ɛma pɔmpɔ carbancles pɔmpɔ no bo faako na abobɔ bebree ebi so wɔ hɔ a na onya rashes bebree ɛwɔ ne honam no obi koraa wɔ hɔ a odware wie a na ne ho ka no bebree nsuo ka no ho na ɔpepa no ho wie apɛ ate sɛ otiti ne ho ama ne ho nyinaa dodɔ nya max ansa na ne ho atɔ no ebi so wɔ hɔ a ɛnam ho ayɛ den ama no because of efi a ɛtena nipadua no mu efi tena wɔ nipadua no mu a yɛsua ho sɛ yɛwɔ adwene no part of the brain a ɛboa ɛma efi bi ntumi nkɔ adwene no mu sɛ obrɛboɔ no nni ahoɔden enough to break all these things a ɛyɛ harmful substance ɛwɔ nipadua no mu ebi te sɛ insecticide ahodoɔ pesticide ahodoɔ aduane a yɛdi emu monosodium sulfate emu chemicals ahodoɔ a ɛkɔm nyinaa ɛkɔ wɔ nipadua no mu a ɛyɛ accumulate a ɛtumi increase chances of efi ɛba wɔ nipadua no mu no obrɛboɔ no hwehwɛ ɔmo nyinaa ɛkyekyere ɔmo yɛ firi nipadua no mu livoton kenya brɛboɔ no ɛma ne ti edi saa adwuma no yie ɛsiane sɛ saa efi no mfiri nipadua no mu pɛ o liver benya problem o kidney so benya problem obi wɔ hɔ a wobɛhu sɛ ɔyɛ bibi kakra na wabrɛ abere biara no na adwene yɛ ne sɛ bia ne mogya so na ate paakyɛw yɛwɔ special component anaasɛ parameters of your mogya no obi wɔ hɔ a wɔbɛtumi anya microtic anemia na ɛkyerɛ sɛ o iron level bɛtumi akɔ fam o folate level bɛtumi akɔ fam folate no ɛyɛ special ɛfa ne sɛ folic acid ɛno the special one a yɛbrɛboɔ no na store produce ma yɛ which is the folate folic acid no ebiom yɛ B12 a ɛyɛ responsible for your blood circulation ɛboa yɛ cognitive functions ne nyinaa no yɛ liver no store ɛde ma yɛ nti obi wɔ hɔ a wɔn sɛ ne energy level no adrop bebree nanso ɔbɛkɔ akɔyɛ lab test no ɔkyɛke ne full blood count a na ne mogya no yɛ pɛpɛɛpɛ nanso ɔbɛhwɛ parameters ne bi no na ne red blood cells no yɛ too high na ɛkyerɛ sɛ efi ne ntena wɔ nipadua no ama wɔn mogya no ɛyɛ ayɛ thick kae sɛ wɔn mogya nso bɛyɛ thick te sɛ koko pɛ ntumi nsɛkuliti yie ɛma ntin ne nya ne deɛ yie ɛma adwene ne nya ne deɛ yie ɛma liver nya ne deɛ yie ɛma kidney nya ne deɛ yie ɛma intestines nya ne deɛ yie kae sɛ wɔn nipadua no nso ɛnya mogya yie pɛ na ahoɔden ɛba fam obi wɔ hɔ a yɛ constipation ayɛmutem na ɛsɛ no so mepaakyɛw 3 days 4 days ansa na wakɔ washroom so ɔbɛkɔ hɔ so a ate sɛ ɔkasa bebree ɛko ne ho ntɔkwa wɔ hɔ a ansa na biribi afiri mu ɛtumi aba mepaakyɛw efi a ɛtena wɔ nipadua no mu tumi de ba poor blood circulation tumi de ba wɔyɛ funu no wɔ intestines no nso hia mogya to process the food nti sɛ efi tena wɔ nipadua no mu na ɛma wɔn mogya a yɛtek deɛ a na kyerɛ sɛ wɔ circulation so bɛyɛ problem nti bɔn sɛ wotena ase a na ɔnan ataataa bebree na refree so ba wo so bebree na wonya diplopia ovision na ba bɛyɛ blood wo ho adeɛ mmienu na ɛbɔ so bebree ɛna ho ayɛ den ɛma wo da within 1 hour pɛ na w'ani so atew wobɛtrae asa ɔbɛda biom ma obi so wɔ hɔ koraa bɔhu sɛ abere biara ɔbɛkɔ akɔyɛ lab test biara na yɛhyɛ ne mogya wɔ fam ɔpaa ɔmfa mogyaduro biara within 2-3 months ɔbɛsan akɔ bio mu no na ne mogya no ɛso ate mpaakyɛw o liver ɛboa store blood ɛma yɛn in fact ɔtumi store almost about 1 liter of blood ɛma yɛn ne ho hia ɛma organ biara ɛno nti na ɔno nko ayɛ organ a ɔwɔ pathway mmienu ɔwɔ ɛyɛ hepatic vein ɔsan so wɔ ɛyɛ hepatic artery sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a mogya bɛtumi akɔ hɔ yie na wɔtumi asɔ ne so yie ama yɛn ma mogya korogye akɔ akoma no ma circulation na yɛ improved ɛno nti sɛ wonya livoto no ɛbɛboa wo liver no ama wɔtumi adi saa adwuma wei nyinaa yie ama wo nsa a ɛyɛ titiritia because mogya ntumi nkɔ hɔ yie anaa diabetes mu ɛyɛ sugar no ɛrekyekyere mogya no nti ɛntumi mfiidi wo ntin no yie ama the shield a ɛyɛ protective covers of ntin no ɛyɛ exposed ma ntin no ɛnya problem no liver no wɔ ahoɔden na ɛboa yi fi ɛboa improve circulation a wɔn nyinaa no ɛfiri nipadua no mu obi so koraa wɔ hɔ a na abere biara no wɔn lose appetite mpakyɛw obetumi afa eduro ama ne boost ne appetite wɔ didi kakra nanso woda ho mfa eduro abere biara to boost your appetite a na kyerɛ sɛ ebedu beebi a wɔamfa eduro no a ontumi nnidi wahwɛ a obi wɔ hɔ koraa na ɛkɔm tumi di na but ɔyɛ ready sɛ ɔbɛkɔ akɔ didi pɛ na aduane no ne de anan ne ho enigye ne firi ne mu o liver ɛboa wo with storage ɛboa wo with metabolism ɛboa with filtration ɛboa with regeneration ɛboa with protein fat carbs metabolism ama yɛtumi anya energy from it nti bibi kakra na wayɛ mmerɛ no mepakyɛw check your liver ɛyɛ a yɛmfa yɛne nkɔ liver no ho ɛsiane sɛ nyankopɔn ama liver no special strength bi ɔno ayare ɔtumi sa ne ho yareɛ nti woanhwɛ na signs and symptoms bi te sɛ ahokeka ebi te sɛ wokɔ washroom a wo urine no ɛne wo stool no tumi yɛ dark yɛfrɛ bibi melena deɛ ɛteɛ ne sɛ yɛ bilirubin no ɛyɛ special waste bi a sɛ yɛ break it down red blood cells a yɛhia to improve our circulation ne bi a ɛyɛ waste a wɔsɛ body no ɛyi firi nipadua no mu na yɛ kidney ɛne yɛ liver ne di ho adwuma titiri liver no conjugate no na unconjugated ones metumi afiri nipadua no mu through the liver through the kidney nanso sɛ wo liver no ntumi breaking it down pɛ na ɛba down into ɛyɛ stool no mu na ɛma stool no color no ɛyɛ dark ebi koraa wɔ hɔ a na ɛsɛte wɔ n'anim so na ɛma n'ani color no ɛyɛ yellowish de ato ne din jaundice anaa sɛ hyperbilirubinemia no ɛno no mpɛn bebree no ɛkyerɛ sɛ wo liver no ntumi break it down waste ne yie ɛma ne nyinaa ɛdɔdo abɔ nipadua no mu ɛyɛ saa a ɛtumi ma wonya recurrent infection sɛ wotreati candidiasis wotreati UTI gonorrhea syphilis chlamydia genital wart impostomatitis ahodoɔ infections ɛba wɔ mu oral trash ahodoɔ nyinaa wotreati ɛkɔ a na asan aba nyinaa no mepakyɛ wɔ liver no wɔ immune function a nyankopɔn adom no deɛ yɛfrɛ ɔmo kapha cells natural killer cells heptoglobin ne nyinaa yɛ special satellite a wɔ nipadua no mu a acute phase protein C-reactive protein ne nyinaa yɛ special thing na ɛbɛbɔ nkaeɛ ɛma nipadua no tumi ehu sɛ efi atena me nipadua no mu ntumi bɔ ma no yɛanto anammɔn ɛnyɛ saa na yɛtwa dɛ n'ani anhwɛ a etumi lead to ascites kyerɛ sɛ wotumi yɛ distended abdomen woyɛfuo no tumi yɛ kɛseɛ nsuo bɛkyekyere ho nyinaa ɛkɔka wɔ spleen no kae sɛ wɔ spleen no nso so ɛboa yɛn with the mononuclear phagocyte system kyerɛ sɛ ɔno nso boa ɛyi fifiri nipadua no mu germs ahodoɔ ɛne lymphatic system no ɛboa yɛn nanso so ɔmo ntumi nyi fi ne pɛ na spleen no ɛba abɛbrɛ kae so sɛ every 120 days biara no body no go through what you call apoptosis which means sɛ ɛyɛ special blood bi wɔ nipadua no red blood cells no they have to die na foforɔ aba na saa deɛ wawu no a ɛwɔ sɛ nka ɛfiri nipadua no mu yɛ kidney yɛ liver ɛne yɛ spleen ɛntumi yɛ ɔmo mfiri nipadua no mu deɛ a na foforɔ sɛ ɔba abɛka ho a na foforɔ no ne dada no nyinaa mpini abom na akɔ akɔfa cancer aba ɛno ka ho ɛna nansɛn ɛyɛ HCC hepatocellular carcinoma kokrama ɛyɛ ɛtɔ yɛ brɛboɔ no mu no arise bebree ama statistic no mesi so biom sɛ sɛ woyi nipa du a afe no bɛkɔ ne wieɛ no na emu 9 ɛna efi ateasefo asase so mpakyɛw menim sɛ kidney problem arise dɛ nanso wotwa w'ani hwɛ wɔ liver a wotumi hu sɛ wɔ liver nso so ɛbrɛ liver condition nso so ɛkɔ soro bebree ɛno nti na asefo ase sɛ bɔ mmɔden anama wo nsa nka livoton deɛ ɛni kwan sɛ wotwɛn mpo ma woyare anaa brɛboɔ no ahoɔden ba fam deɛ ɛyɛ ne sɛ ɛkenya ɔbrɛboɔ no na aboa ɔbrɛboɔ no ma wɔatumi adi sɛ adwuma nyinaa nti wo a wowɔ signs and symptoms bi a ɛdi ho nkɔma no pɛ sɛ bi a wowɔ fito hepaticus kyerɛ sɛ nkabɔne bi ɛba wɔ no bebree halitosis bebree no bebree no na bad breath bi wɔ hɔ afiri liver no ɛna ɛba wo nso so a ebi a wowɔ edema kyerɛ sɛ wo nan ataatae ahohono bebree no kae sɛ yɛ liver no ɛboa produce special proteins te sɛ albumin ɛyɛ transport protein and coagulative proteins. Transport proteins no ɛboa yɛn ma yɛtumi carry hormones ɛne nnuro a yɛbɛnom no to go to areas a wɔsɛ ɛkɔ ɛno nti sɛ wo kidney anaa wo liver no ntumi ndi saa adwuma no pɛ pressure building up in the body, oncotic pressure drops in the body, protein level drops in the body, na insuo gyina wɔ nipadua no mu. Insuo no bi wɔ hɔ gyina wɔ nipadua no koraa ne protein nyinaa gyina ɛno nti womia nan na ɛntom na ayɛ dedenden a ɛno nso so bɛtumi de ɔhaw abɛto nipadua no. Nhwɛ mama yɛn mpo ahu sɛ sɛ liver no yɛ ɛsɛe to the extent sɛ ɛdu cirrhosis a ɛtumi ma wonya deɛ yɛfrɛ no Ghana commercia. So Ghana commercia kyerɛ sɛ wohu bɛrima bi wɔ hɔ a na wabobɔ nofoɔ. Your hormones are hold one nipadua estrogen, androgen, na wasa bema o dear androgen no kosoro bebre na estrogen na balance kaka. Ma so ye ni anu ma estrogen be kosoro na etimi mama to kosua bo sime bia na etimi aboa ma eye menstruation akoso ma omo so nya omo figure ni omo fix a omo nyina no. Nanso se balance ne besesa because you live no boa with the metabolism of the hormone. Hormone ba ni pediano na be na ejima wi no le bo se bua yi ni free ni pediano brebo no eni ahode e betimi dia ye se ejima wi na hormone ye imbalance pe o ye be ma utiminya features of a female. So a very common thing na AC these days. E bi om wo ho krampo na utiminya dull pain no timi e build up in the phone and pen the brain one sha na ye say your stomach ulcer the pacho enye ni nyina ye fuyare bia na your stomach ulcer. Liver no a organ be only nerve receptors into ultimate feel pain. But then so started so on your problem, titru so on your hepatomegaly or no, and now hepatitis build it up. And now say a cirrhosis, I won't say right upper quadrant one sunny fast or call hono. Won't say hono ya. No muscles never hono. A bone kaya say liver no a problem I was a two and a more. Miss Cell a pow chow said. But more than ma obre aboa no ho hia obi kura wo ho a no nya ka case ya muscle wasting bones and the muscles being now wasting odidi fine ono nso fine otimi da fine then so na so take kai so liver no storage function the deca wa store vitamin D my no me no here vitamin D because I know the beboa ama yetimi use the active form of calcium so a calcitonin no the beboa na me no no dompe nya ahoden ma dompe no munya injury a etimi ahele ntem eno nti uhia obrebo no so obeye se ejima no vitamin D so a very important beboa vitamin E so eboa ye wi no ama ye wi to me free was special free radicals you ha eboa so that cancer in your man build it up when pediano in kumebre or no my extra decide 3 ma vitamin E in the artificial form a patcho young couple amaya bread special power set on store vitamin E ni maya here on farm my and Kenya and non to me this vitamin K a second and be trawa coagulate me say pattern ya bleed excessively no and also so you liver no store my vitamin A and also a boy vision so it do anaju night blindness who ade ye ni nyina no driver it do anaju na drive wa na aye bebre o we ni so me pa chaw ohia livoto in Kenya or brebo na brebo no to in place our functions we nyina yen so a yen science treaty yen na yen treaty ya da yen timinda esia ade ani e refi yen kai yen ma bebre coordination e poor bi kura ho a broadcast areas na nya problem in speech na ba be problem no pa chaw ohia vitamin B12 vitamin B12 so dey brebo no store my yen bebre enti Kenya o brebo no na sajima we nyina no ontimi ndi ne ye mesra say baby a wo bia no C for C liver specialist hospital adominanti you all over Ghana and to some extent some parts of Europe na edro wan so a medi ho nkomo anopedie baby a wo bia no phone number medi to joya be free delivery at the amount ko pharmacy bia so e ben wona so per livotona unsa ebekebi na energy semblance a unsa ka livotona free C for C wa ye beto ye bo ase atire we aduane e wo se wudi the any kwan se wudi kai say miane ne dodo bebre e na kofa liver problem eba e kofa a female na lipediane mu nti wo hu de wo se wudi ni any kwan se wudi a ebeboa e ma treatment plan no so ayentem ebi so wo ha na ye wapos na ye o ya wo do mpemu ana fiti gouty arthritis for so many years Mr. Say gouty arthritis, stress, uric acid, the waste, and cause a kidney, you feel it, and Montini, it's your settle or joint, go to J, on Satiano, or nice one, being a settle, Emma, Amaya, the amount, so be shoe, if you are now ocean slippers and not sandals, myself, or Modiana Pellivotum. Na Livoton Kenya and Brebono, na Brebono to me more, no break it down and namina warrior no proteins na woman, Cosiana woodin proteins na woman, beans na woodin and pay watching na woodin proteins a woman who live and one breaking it down. Na excess breakdown, purines, any uric acid, amamba settle or nipedian, and can go for arthritis, amba. Yes, that's why I was septic arthritis in Pachokai. Said the immune function of the liver no ekosra. It may a fight infections are who do or any of these conditions and now signs and symptoms here. You do whom come on, say hypertension in case BRD, a patch or Kai, so live home here. C for C said, per number, now your free delivery, young fat and mouth 050 00 40 331 050 00 40 331. Free delivery no go so ayejuma. And now say 050 00 40 328. 050 00 40 328. A dominant C4C Cape Coast Green Hill opposite Addison Square Garden. Aguna Odo Bensi a branch Cassia Pa Kumase Yawo Ejoso Pamo Jachi Junction. And Accra has to be a Wadenta SDA Junction. Miss Leo, say your branch is in our stage exactly 7 a.m. on the dot, now your 5 p.m. Monday to Saturdays and a treatment plan or a holistic, say your baseline investigation or na and no say, Opa, a battery of boss, I scan amount, a command and I want to see a problem be home. Blood vessels no, intestine no, liver no, kidney no, baby problem will be an yasha machine no be my you ya na ya the natural homeopathic remedy a Kenya or nipedianuma naturally or non casa heleno as answer actually the obedi the any quince with the kai so form a temper class ya permanent here bachelor exercise this was away na one damage organs a hold Eninti, Omodiana Ko Cape Coast, Green Hill opposite Addison Square Garden, Kumasi Ejiso Kwamo, Jache Junction, Accra has to be Adenta SDA Junction.
Okay.
C for C liver specialist hospital. So Brebo one one Sikai National so see at the end only the treatment plans in Tina Bribia Castle. Once treated, forever treated. Marjorie, and I'll pay me that silver brain, Yanko Pon Cow or Pound for now on Domia or Chinaso. Bye-bye.
Dog, yeah, that's a probably besides say drone in the same say liver tone. And so no natural liver say liver tone. But a boy a drone. That's right. Into one beside me no drone no. Okay, dog, yeah, that's it. On a pair. Yene Dr. George Siama, C4C medical director, and yene no edin common. May fan messages in the Kakrawa ha. Sami Boachidi from Samaika say it has become abundantly clear that the administration led by Nana Akufo-Addo have been vindicated, exposing those who employed propaganda and insults to attain power. The assertions made against Nana Akufo-Addo have proven a hollow, and their proponents are now being held accountable. When John Mahama cautioned about the potential for his brother to engage in corrupt practices on his behalf, it is pertinent to question who is currently exploiting state resources for personal gain under his presidency. Furthermore, certain clergy members who spoke out against Nanado's stance on LGBTQ+ and Galamsey issues seems to have okay. In fact, it seems to have recanted their criticism given the current president lukewarm approach to these matters. Only time will tell. But Dr. Baumia remains a figure of hope. Where is McJerry? Is it because of LGBTQ that majority Ghanaians voted out the MPP government? There's a big no. Fact is, majority of Ghanaians voted against the previous MPP government because of hardship, and not what we are hearing from Intim Fojo and the other guy. A fallacy. where Papa BC or the free Spintex and or the Abe. Where say Abele, the free Nungo, say good morning to you, Mark. Keep up the good work. Dr. Baumia is the hope and future of Ghana come 2028 and not the so-called Abba and Papa Abba. JM and Co. Greetings to our maintained General Secretary Okunkom, JFK. Where is Kwablevia the Fripocracy Bengals or the Ghanaians shouldn't blame anyone for the increase of prices of petrol, increase of price of diesel. That's caused by the U.S. Iran war. The war has blocked transportation of oil from the Gulf region to Africa. It is not only Ghana which is not getting the fuel, but entire Africa. As it is now, we can't blame President John Mahama. Komen Sadome Pele 2 said, nothing can stop MPP win 2028, no matter what. MPP will bounce back stronger, and kudos to Nina Chimamponsa, next US MPP branch women organizer. Komen Sadome Pele 2. Where said the pastors who ran series of campaign against the MPP in the run-up to the 2024 election should reciprocate same energy on the current NDC government to let JM assent to the bill on their credibility as a stake. They should organize same match to the Jubilee House. Where say good morning to Mark Jerry. God will punish 99% of Ghanaian journalists on their stance on LGBTQ. Kofi, on what basis? Said it's a work out. Say journalists for one card the end. One can stand no said the end. Inti it is a worker. Keke. And so God will punish you too. Where say good morning to Mark Jerry Kwabenamafo and the lady among you. Please tell the ECG boss that they should be checking the ECG substation. Some people are there playing politics for the lighting problem. Okay. Ebenezer Kwabenya said the MPP should stop pretending and the noise making in our ears. I don't think Honorable Fojo listened to himself at all. So soon he has forgotten the LGBTQ plus wasn't a priority for his party that lost the 2024 elections miserably. His Excellency JDM will sign the bill whenever it is passed. Period. Alai Baba, as I say, in fact, MPP and its members should be the last people to accuse. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on the issues of LGBTQ, especially Honorable Reverend Itim Fojo. Due to his hypocrisy, listening to Itim Fojo clearly shows politics gradually separating him from God through his hypocritical utterances by calling John Mahama as a disappointed. Supreme Court disposed of LGBTQ suit on 17 December 2024, and Akufo-Addo have 20 days to leave office, and he couldn't sign LGBTQ. And this hypocrisy and Team Fojo is displaying. Couldn't even call Akufo-Addo as disappointing. But meanwhile, he is co-sponsor of the bill and wanted to hold John Mahama responsible. Alai Baba, another bit. Whereas I wish to clarify that contrary to the government's announcement on the approval and placement of 1,201 previously withheld last-minute appointments, available information shows that none of the affected individuals have been reinstated. Instead, these positions appear filled by affiliates of the current administration. Raising serious questions. Do you have that evidence or you are just saying it? I call the source. Our agricultural sector is dying slowly in recent days. Onion, cassava, and maize farmers in Ghana's northeast region, Ejura and Hafuambojo, are struggling to get buyers for their produce, facing potential post-harvest losses. Agricultural Ministry must be proactive. They should come out with a clear post-harvest policies to avert these losses. Where Joseph Kwabena Isibu, aka Ideal College, no. Also, Chia Joseph Kwabena Isibu, aka Ideal College, where your quarter rasta, Nedia or the Abba, in here. Where's the you see the lives of the NDC. They have no shame, even when they are caught lying between their teeth. Indeed, posterity is the best judge. Odi asempa odi free aye Galway aye Ireland ena odi abe. We say thank you, Mark Jerry. Azemo. They are draw. Okay. Mate yaba. Yadi jume de nebe twa say here abedwafo no e be transe.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Na mansanya so. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo NEET 100.9 FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kwanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura dia ka ho. Uhwa dia wapi ho. Ukasa batete. Eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up pay baba ware.
Asew.
Ye fi say this way chocolate drink. Drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwe se adwede nkrato mu agye atum se eye
Ghana Montie na mansanya so Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo NEET 100.9 FM.
Wasi wajai mesa yani pokasia wajai mesa bayani pati trubi oya wajai mesa bayadi obinya pita eti washa mesote wadi manita waya maya kaya kabia sanya baya mewa premier simu osu afagrana tofu asharadi abufuo wadi wawayi wadi apeja bishirabu ya afagrana tofu asharadi abufuo wadi wawayi wadi apeja bishirabu apeja mo apeja bishirabu wadi tofu wabufuo wadi apeja bishirabu for my God, we are for my favor, for the best. Right, Philip, I bet if you also a pedia in Shirano, I
Apeja Shani Ghana Motia Sunia with it 100.9 said American Boamania since Anopano. Yes, chance, yes, and the special guest here, NPP, one national treasurer. Currently, all present Obaba Church for penning Ediama NPP. Your friend, Dr. Charles Jamina. Dodo now, friend, Dr. China. Right, Dr. Said. Now, for some time now, what done and this wadi hono, the NT Obe pray as the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Yene doc, Inikomo. Dr. Charles Jamina. Dog Martin.
Me just so many of them.
My vote is saying.
Nyame adom no mpai bo me hoye na mpacho nso e.
Nyanko pa adom bako. When people must know me koso.
Nyame adom. Bibia gu.
Ye de nyanko pa ase. Ye de nyame ase. Na so far enoma te saying we de wadwuma be ko na wie ye as the national treasurer Edema Amenyokuo be to say New Patriotic Party. Na adwuma ne te say.
Yo, me da se me mfa akonya we so enchia etiefo ene ahwefo nyina omadaroma na program yi eye program edimo e wo Ghana ene wiase afa na nyina na indeed ohwe party ni mu a titu dwumadi a de share me nsase mindi as national treasurer mi gidi ye se akonya ye de ma me no ho abamfaso ama party no ene party ni mu nipa me kai se me ko aprobo no abepe eye national treasurer dibre no ensempo edu ena me de nante na edu no na ubumu a na revolve around two pillars. The first pillar effective resource mobilization. Kwan ya ebetumi aboabo sika no yie na ama party no akonanim. And the second pillar no so efficient resource utilization. Sika ne ba kwan ya ebefa so a yebe use ni yie ama party ni emu nipa enya so mfaso. Na sempo mienu nyina no ebia no na enum na hyase. Kwan a na ye diskan beba no enum na hyase. Na kwan a sika ne ba ye be use mo obi anya ho mfaso no so.
Eno sempo num na hyase.
Sempo num na hyase. Na kwan a ye be fa so e be use sika no. At that time na me ka se sika no de. Yenum kwan ye be fa so a ye betumi ama over 20 million Ghana cedis ni achire aba party ni every month.
Yeah, obeka sa akwa me program so interview am no have here.
Very good. And na ye ka se sika ne ba ye mfa ni nyina nkoye choboi. You be making proposals on kwan a you be use to ho beba mfa so na sa proposals ye di kana me ka se be bi a friend of political mentorship program. If say ye adwene party ne ene ho no or say adwene party ne china so ho. Enu nti sa political mentorship program ye program bia and a proposal bia na party nin krambata one constituencies may bebre no e be select party ma a omwa nkeka say ye grumu omo in leadership na ye di omo ba krokesi mu nkran na ya bo omo ho ka ni omo bedie ni omo betena ene ni omo de bekode aba for about 6 months na omo understudy seasoned politicians na obehwe obi wo ho woni constituency ebia bebi o won regional capital kra no onko hoda na onya akwanya nko ho enu nti no say ye fa no ne constituency select no from ne kra o won ye de ne bankran kokasie mu a oba ne di kan obe o a debt of gratitude to the party ne ni beje na busuanfo so ni beje in fact kromo kra no mba feel say party na hye omo de hye ni monyam ti say ni pay o understand penino na okobaka say Okobak no okwakoye adwumaden dia ma party no oba be dane icon oba be complement adwuma eye constituency for no ebeye no na saka ni nyina no enye nipa ne ka ena enye panina oko understanding ne ka ebeye party no adiswa efisi ebeye efisi sika na ebebe no eno ene the concept of political mentorship program enti uhwemu a over a period of 4 years we will have pockets of party ma ya mentor mo a wo party no nya practical leadership experience. Nya tosu bi o meka say yenye bibi e fe no business incubation fund. Na sa fund akin to the mentorship program no and also so be operational at the constituency level. Na party na wo constituencies no omo select party ma omo ye omo dwuma. Majere wo hwe em party ma a bigger base e ye omo ye trading. Koto beton obi oye na nefu kakra bi oye ne poultry kakra bi okotogo kwanso kofa ne omaba ne ade a odwom ton na ade safo no ye select omo a na depending on their needs no ya more capital injection obi wo ho a Majeri bebi owo no otomeko wo kenten mu ekoye ma no de but obehia ebia 500 na kenten no ahya ase eton no bottom na ne mfaso akonkan obi here 2,000, obi here 5,000, obi here 10,000, obi a hairdresser. Ne salon no or dryer me nupe, and unti be gusu be bria na omo train waiting time near long. Enti sa nipa no. Na this one pan is obenya dryer ba kum yenu aka ho se ne be ya ne ho be he han otumi 7 more people in a day. Enti sa nipa no ma na bia 15,000 na wadom no pa ne dwuma ye na obetumi asakire mu. Safo na up to 50,000 safo ne doso. And to say select you based on they being in good standing, based on they being active members at the various constituencies. Now, omunya sa support na. Omwanka sankasa na omunya sa support no. They will be indebted to the party. Party ni do ebe Kenya womumu. Now, I believe say it will be a better way of utilizing party resources. And only near tosumi no ameka ye no. Near tosumi ensa meka say yenye bibi ye freno Human Resource Empowerment Program HREP. Na sa Human Resource Empowerment Program the same concept. Obeko constituencies bebre na mrante ne maba bi wo ho mo nenam ho omo nya adwuma but onyansa no nyuma nkobekọ akosua wan na de ne kọ akoto adwumam ebi asa nipa no ne papa na ne mame enti ase biom ana oti ase mpa oni bi se party through the HREP program to me identify safwe na ye de omo to adwumam no musuansa no nyuma community na nipa ni from because no kwa MPP ye party a udi akire a besi uyi na edi odoba nipa na busuanfo because enye party yanka ye wo faasi ye mbe ye na nkontumi nkonkosu adwuma na nipa no susua and in my interest you to know say cause ye nya ahi bia but enam say your program be say be conscious program through that no be uniform across the country no be boa emma ye hu the real results of it nipa nanka say de na koto adwuma owie adwuma na oba obeye MPP ni throughout because party na adom no na ono so ne apprentice obeform so omo so manya kwa yewe the fourth one make say yenye bibie ye welfare fund and no so at the constituency level na sa welfare fund yi enu bia na ye de behwe eye omo hia support to constituency health support medical support ne nkeka ho na ye de bia hwe omo me from papa kwasifo na maja oni papa kwasifo no
wo ne ehemfo
omo ne ye wo ye nuanum bi wo honom a omo no party ne didi omo ama often they are physically challenged and some are also mentally challenged.
Oh, okay.
But with even but all still, their challenges, you know, omu di party nechi ye kobo process omu dimu ye koye clean up omu dimu constituency bia omu ho.
Okay.
They are there, Papa Kwesifo, they are there. You get at least 2-3 and community.
And honorable team for your bone.
Exactly.
Because
they are there.
When we see omo power various constituencies.
They are there everywhere. No mono woman is sikaso onfan koye adwuma ontumi mfa nkoye ontumi so fasa mendo ukosku na kosua adwuma na mendo ukọ akosua bibi omo dia ne se mo bibi no mo fa ntondi omo so mo dia no because they are loved in the constituency no say bosome so na through the welfare fund ye yibi e dey assemble it doesn't matter the amount say 100 200 300 and 500 o the envelope no man na so pa kwesi party si emfa we ma o si abontina no ahya si obose MPP to America MPP demand to payroll so obebo de eno ye more than 100% campaign because community form because papa kwesi na MPP akai na bosumi bi etua ne ke MPP won kai na edi odo eba party ni mo and na almost the other people are welfare fan no ebe hwe omo ye omo ye former executive tutu na na ayare e ka dem in fact nyom beto aduro di anom kra na etoda na ede ti me ka say welfare fund yin so no yemfa hwe omo say bosome so na a two party pick up the cop Mr. Mensah can no ye party chairman fee na Mr. Mensah party see yemfa wemro again it doesn't matter the amount of money Mr. Mensah crab eba no say mpa party am sum no me mranti bremu anye bregu ne maso bekas papa small sum MPP no ho abamfa so community members because Mr. Mensah akwa homegiem over 10 years impo no na no da so dum MPP de ne yenhwe ne so nto abama party no if say party ne ba mu a Mr. Mensah fie de ye kwa ye hia eyibia ye be nante na akọ na ede odo ebre party no. These are some of the things. And then the final point I'm making here under the efficient utilization and it said because say for nyina a constituency base sikano ya de beko constituency na constituency for no ahwe adisbase according to guidelines are national edebeba.
Okay.
Na Majeri say comedy obi no to brodo fresh o de asoa no wa mani bi endi o osifa come mfichire for no mo ye adwuma na enya nso hwe na wo so nipa na
and they true
enu timi ka say comedy nipa no kwa de o so no so brodo no mani bi die odi me a na bi esi ni tri so se fakọ enu nti sitting executive members no senior be ya resources here ye de be constituency no ye be program no be cost programs ni be cost no nti no ye ma every sitting executive member ono so na manly allowance na onya bi so ni die wo mu a ne ye so de kwa abonti no be hwe ma ne de akọ
and you mean executives across
exactly
constituency executives
because omo no be hwe at this place way so these were the 5 ways me propose say yemfa enye utilize scan and
then me ye adwuma
na ekwan a sika no beba so no the 5 ways say sika no ba ansa na
yeah
sika no beba ansa na ya we
sika no beba futuo ni mu a
na ma je ni die no ho ansa na why we na because say kwan sika no beba no ni edi kan e wo se enhance transparency and accountability
okay
na men charge ye ba ye pepepe ni etosumi oni ye ka say e wo se ye ma obi biara obeyi sika e dia som party no ne kraba no ho so no hu se ampa party no I appreciate ni awaye enti ye share program an intensive program of appreciating people as far as those who even donated in 2016 me da se kra mo anya bie ye culture panel nkeka ho e ma omo kraba omo so ye toso mi ense ye share training omo hwe sikasem so ye organize residential training omo enioma mi ense a ye kambo mu a ye eno na by and large nei ama there is greater financial discipline in MPP than we met when we came into office because abwa ema obi ehu say ne di kan party sika it is a corporate organization sika untumi nka se party sika yembu ho contact se kan ne e ka no ama gidie aba ama omo mu yisika no so hu
akontabo ni ye
akonkan ye e wo party ni mo ena ye toso na ka se o se man ye easy convenient for people to pay eno ena ye call ye short code be by star 920 star 270 hash. Majeri, time ye take over no. Na MPP yensika ye GGA from dues no na endu even 100 Ghana cedis a month.
Okay.
But ye this system e buy and we do an average of over 30,000 Ghana cedis a day. And Ukraino a year just the tip of the iceberg.
But you 100,000 a month now it's 100
Ghana cedis.
100 Ghana cedis.
100 Ghana cedis.
Per person and answer
for the whole mobilization for the man na endu. Na si change yes na nkofo ntua.
Some man phone to ya.
Na nkofo ntua. And so
when it challenge happens, say a party for party by card bearer member now won't show your responsibility by paying dues to the party. I have that challenge. More amenyokuwa kase 483.
Eya community mu on say for a period obi ya ade na ade a ohwe ni mu ne nsanka over a period ojai tuma it becomes the new norm until new reason is given for nipano to change.
Okay.
I remember say ye shase na ye pese ye we no I'm back overnight. It's taking us years to get to where we are because I had to travel around Anchor Treasurer there. Menya field officer Majeri me dey commission them in fact the real duty of a treasurer is say sikane ba na one manage sikano send be ya sikan be so ne edi ye bia. That is the real duty of a treasurer. In fact, treasurer no na active local pescaba, but by virtue of the fact that treasurer in our constitution, secretary to the finance committee of pescano no also so can the mobilization drive no. And me in my case, and I even went extra. Apart from say o manage sika na because sika na ma enti den na o be manage o betena atwen so bi di beba
so wan kasa sika na beba
ekohwe na sika na ba enu nti na ehu be hia ase ebo apro na me constituencies na me nenam region na me tibot mu ni e cross ferry ni e cross way all because nipa no for a very long period I said yes so yen wo jaya tum untumi nkofa ayi nkancheze wanya meyu afri party da bi so no ema ne ti ase ema ne hu hia ena hwei ahai mefa konya we so abo party maba so dodo na ati ase o masom ena ne ama yedu ba bi edu na menua ba bi a MPP edu sise ye fa sikasem ho we are on the path of financial independence as a party say party ma eto akoso aye no ma sedia ahochire ye friend ahochire sikasemu no ebi mma party
short code na improve
star 920 star 270 hash. Now it solve a lot of the problems because when you so benanti akọ a party office akọ utia ya nso so no appreciation na ese onya no nsaka instantly enti wenum nyina kekesi a na boa ema party no response no konkan na em say enyoma say no o ya etoda ya na nipa nyina na eto ase me kaisa me kasa de bia na me bohu de ro say the most sustainable way of funding a political organization funding from the base of the party. Go for ya na go for church na Dr. China pa na oda be ne be gigi 2 CDs abo 2 CDs near the running party but then eno na here the financial backbone of the party. So enti aye to da enti ase no nkofo anti ase na so anya abotra nchirechiro mu a na ede ayi na eba but me danya me ase se by and large no nipa ye ni omo ye adwuma dodo na ate ase a enei obi ehu mfaso senke bantemu a ankansema ye kan nyina na yetumi ede kwakwa sika na eba no na ye de yesa programs ya ye ke na sika no amma sa program ye diska na ye but se wo hwe unim ye share ye code na simple na nipa etua no at that time ye share na 8,000 cedis a day na 8,000 cedis a day no mu do 10,000 no about 9,000 plus party members into the majority often say ni party ma 10,000 and etua sika ema yenya 8,000 cedis that could be a na ne bomodi yenya party ma 100,000 ebenya 80,000 that could be a yen target as a treasury ni see ebenya party ma 1 million emo motua this out of over 4 million affiliate of party every electoral cycle no yenya mu 1 million yen GDA say per the empirical data ni ewo no yebenya be 800,000 Ghana cedis a day enti no for conservative estimates so far half of it that's 400,000 a day 400,000 a day over 1 month 12 million and again esanka say nipa 1 million obi anu musio majeri ene enko na wie enu anu musio bia be 2-3 bottles
and that's okay
and omo yi sika di tua dues no mo ye die hard party members enti na adwempo etachire ni say ye beboa emma sa nipa 1 million ni ye be commercialize your strength no enti no all we need to do is approach any water bottling company say slim fit any equation was a slim fit ana belako ana wake ana way yenim say mo customers
that specialize
and specialize yenim say mo customers that nemum ye 1 million extra customers ye pese de bremo ye hia ne say bottle bi am commission 1 Ghana cedi ye ni omu wie sa agreement na Magjari ye koyen party for 1 million why ye wo mu data that na ka jem so yenim say mo nu nsuo that mo no specialize ana wake ana bibia mo pe bia so onum bia party benya on faso onyini se benya more than half of meti ase so more than half eti ase ma that is at least 500,000 people drinking a bottle a day I be my 1 Ghana cedi times 5 and that's 500,000 Ghana's 500,000 Ghana cedis a day o the cambo mo in a month 15 million o the 12 million 27 million that is onua campaign time now me count 20 million krana here on the lower side because empirical data nature say you benya over 27 million na se wunya over 27 million. Now we see every month be out 5 million at chain to run some of these programs. That's 30 million for the 6 months. Nipa ahina want to mean for more in the party. Nipa ahina want to mean for munko to adwuma munsia. Nipa ahina want to mean and select your mom for mama to undergo the political mentorship program. Not just saying some sema sebio to say na I can say political talk. Can you political talk? These
practical.
Are real and practical. And I shas and evidence no so say anka ye entiase ne ye adwuma ntemo a na akwanya ne ba ntemo a anka nei megidi ye se ye kwoto aba dodo na ankoto no anka bia kasafo no mankoto no dodo na would have benefited one way or the other from some of these programs ne akwakoto. Another way nso so a ye dey account hoping say betumi attain that 1 million mark no another proposal dey about group accident insurance policy. Now sa group accident insurance policy, it's also aimed at encouraging party members to pay their dues. Now, I didn't say near all tier dues in Faso Benonia. I was say onya motivation be aside I said yes also tier dues. Now so onya motivation be now I no ashe near own tier dues in crime somra. The proposal was party no enkoto group accident insurance policy. Now sa group accident insurance policy ebehwe nyoma 92. Oye party ni na sebio ukohia nkwanhia no nya lorry nkwanhia nko ana nkwanhia wo ye party adwuma nko wo adwuma mo staircase mo ship staircase say o sane na exactly na o party na ko bofoma nkwanhia wo afom na wo do na sika hwan wo na ntira nkwanhia ne to na nyame mpangu o hwe wo nko a next of kin program through the insurance no ebema 100,000 Ghana cedis. Near Tosumianu Senkwensiano to now the Yamincha the one shown qua Nemum what did them permanently chow nine chow and sa visa once one cassa tiasumbina 100,000 Ghana cedis. Near Tosumian sa what the Utria Yenkwensiano by and chow and chow and sa now send a mobu. To mean quadrume so trafi bebo sumimienu. Now what should be a utifia now to mean quadrume nam quensianity ebema up to 1,900 Ghana cedis. And na near chatwo because of nkwanhia se kobane se ukọ ayaresabia na akosa ho yadea you'll be given up to 10,000 Ghana cedis to cover your medical cost. All you need to do is to be a member in good standing say utia dues. Na uni meji insurance di meji research di and now say meji research di ntino ade we no manye we na me say mum yan courses survey to be done. Yan share the mood of the party. Yes, survey party for over 6,800 across executive, non-executive, and 98, almost all of them, almost 100% so much reduce in China. Every say, so the question, second question, say, what if say by paying your dues, you stand to benefit from this group accident insurance programs? Hey, 98.14%. Hey, and yes, and the into my inquiry. You bet you my huni abusian form your voting age say nkwanhia de etumi to obia etumi to abusian mu ni nyina enti bibise wo ho de a ye de ho bechem na ye to enti my hu say in fact 1 million no cry na ye target no say sa insurance policy ye adwuma ebe me exceed that. So these are all enyoma ye ho adwuma na me da nyame ase say group accident insurance me no ka say finance committee approved that finance committee and a committee of the National Council basic so na omo tutu nyoma disi kaba party nti aka say be pound me gidi eze enche me pie boss said the current administration before it expires na be pound but these are things mama nyina so kase baby e di mpempenso the party na kodu no ye the party na si ekwatin so a sika ho kire emma party ni mu bio ye hia ne se e be make sure say obi adwumadi e de be hye ne nsa no bekoyie na party man so ne wo so mo nsaka no omo nsaka se ne ma we nyina kekesi ani a na party man say ka omo dia MPP will be the most well-funded political organization in Africa. I betwem other political organization. When we nyina kesi ena mami enya arehemu say indeed akwenya party na de mami no ye use ni ye.
All right, high end 100.9 Dr. Charles Dramina Oye the National Treasurer the New Patriotic Party MPP. Dodo wana na sadia mo sanemrane no e friend Dr. China. Na dog na why we nyina na wo ho. E de na e hye wo kran se. Dia why ye won hwe so ana bia won ka kwa na mo press oba be general secretary of the party.
But as my Jerry, it's a question we meeting bebre. On say baby a party na do sisi you know. Me gidi wo makoma me say party no odo ana Ghana former party no aba form kakra. Na sa odo na aba form no. Yanhwe ne entu anamo ebema odo no aba baka. Ebe ha party ni nyina titru ni em flag bearer. Nyame ncha de nya flag bearer wiase afa na nyina di na dance say adwuma ne ye de hye ne nsa ye de ne tena o mampani akonya ne so a Ghana the way obesisa Ghana ma Ghana abeye no ahekra be man president for life. Dr. Bawumia nimde obetumi aye adwuma no na media mi wogidie se obetransfer ahwe Ghana fo abeka se papa fa president for life. Na nia aka ne se vehicle or the beko no akodu edan nim no atena akonya no so which is the party no eno eho asem ena wo se ehwe ne eka. Na odona aba form no migidie se odone pepa fa kese na gina eye the next set of leaders are ye be power on say one share party ne so when the party nim kan na wo hwe leadership nim nso so a one particular office central ho na bibia revolve that's the office of the general secretary na che say much would depend
of the party
yes, much would depend on that particular office or officer na me hwe din na me hwe akadia that office requires in a forward march towards victory 2028 the office should be an officer the occupant on armchair or tifa kuna or the phone call or the way so bo pro koba office say occupant obi a or welfare of party members as to me prioritize welfare office at this point in here obi a or research as say na oji research di no bema research di anim kan office here obi a or ye firm and decisive wa kukudru obetumi agina nioma no na enioma ekọ yi kra na obetumi aso ano na mehwe nioma we nyina na mehwe dwumedia media as national treasurer I get to the conclusion say adomache de anyame dudu me ma metumi de ye adwuma as national treasurer me ye successful sadina na ye here for that office in this situation we find ourselves in enunti and me decide say sadia nenye I'll move from where I am get to that place na ma boa my party no yet to me I take it that bold steps now I also taking if say I know I bring to the table mature political leadership. I know when given the opportunity to serve as general secretary I will bring to the table firm and decisive leadership and me firm and decisive anka time I me sha se enko for the party si gaye mbu hu akonta adena oye nyoma finchim adena anka me paba but I said no nyabotre chirechire nkofo ma nkofo ti ase na nei ama financial discipline aba party nimu at the treasury so if as national treasurer to me I instill financial discipline in the party then certainly as general secretary when given the opportunity I will be able to instill discipline in the rank and file of the party again I believe say I mean adom me be a treasury man trafako me ba pro me call examining crime and I'm do phone anka party man omo ntiase anka duty na I successful ganya ni sa but na me ba pro call obi wo ha call no constituency a ahokeka no cry different and if as national treasurer man trafako my ba pro call run engage party man then certainly as general secretary I will not be an armchair general secretary me ba apro akomanim again meje research di enunti na time a insurance proposal on group accident insurance proposal ya announce wa you can say let us back it with some credible research and you hear survey no enunti no emayenye mugidie se ebetu ya ade ebeboa party no so that will be at play in most of our decision making processes as general secretary I will ensure say most of our political decision making processes will be guided by research no be and say there are some 30 seats in power with a little maneuvering and sabetumi akabak na yetumi akoyenim so that the
do you have that research
yes say
seats ni bi
now, there are seats ni bi currently as we speak exactly and this is for no hwe so amaye yet to ye nyoma ye a ye betumi agene back and also I believe in the welfare of party members. Share Ejuma Mayas National Treasurer, say ni nyina no enti ase ne bantem ene etumi ehya ase ntem a anka welfare party members welfare nkebe konkan pan ye enu nti as national treasurer etumi de wenim nyina egu akwam nyame ya adom na me be general secretary a nia eya coincidence ntumi ma ne maso nyina nye be ya coincidence nyina afi ho ye de san hihye we nyina aba ama na ye adwuma na afi ye make sure say every executive member say ye to so abo say appoint you benya akwanya aye wadwuma ye de ama o say ye eba ne sana ema ho kan ye sonko ema obi biara de ne ho gimu bie na ema party no edona aba form no odo no ehya ase se eba back odo ne babaka me wo gidi wo makoma mi say Dr. Alhaji Mamu Baomia obenya a solid vehicle a ode be ko victory na okotena akonya no so a adwuma nso obeye no Ghana fo nyina na bebo nsema ma no mo makaze mpo papa e the amount for life fa na chichiri Ghana maye. These are what I believe in.
When him say what party for said I say you believe in the research. You know the your research no sebe and your book mu de na mo ye no we no. Ya na form na na party for no so e din komo. Ana mo party for ni bi. Eye o madwen say more current executives no mo na mama party na din kogo nti mo kra no wo mu hu the reason ti a any of the executives be sorry ka say all besia aba be presa yentu abama no. Said I also working wo form ampa because I yete wo form ne baby amonam nyina yete bi na wo party man dey no maka kire about that situation
and some okay me tibi pa
yeah
but you see the point is it is a quiet ujina bonten a uhun udwin say edua ba ko ebom but tu remu a edua bia obebi ejina in the spirit of collective responsibility na ye nyina ye ni suade hunu say ebe we ne power. The fact say opposition and Maba as opposition national treasurer say na ye hwehwe no collectively ensanka but no nchire say any see ye individual assessment. I am of the opinion say it was see ye individual assessment na ye hu obi an adwuma ye de hye ne nsa wo adwuma sei ne de ma wo ye kosi sen wo adwuma sei ne de ma wo ye ba ne kosi sen say ye sa individual assessment na ye benhu bebi asinto wo bia na eno guide yen ama yetumi learn useful lessons and I believe say yes assessment na majority will be of the opinion say adwuma ye de share Dr. China and Sasonyen waye ama na wie peyo enu nti sa de na ebo no man ye successful as national treasurer no ye man nko nanim as general secretary obetumi e de aboa party because I to say fie wo dan na rooms bebre wom na obia room bia won the master or manage ho na memi room atumi amadan light na so ahyen kama na afiemu ni nyina na embright a wode na ahyen wo room no entumi mpia abonten hwe bebia so ana meboa wo hwe wo de so if today the treasury has been transformed and there is financial discipline in the treasury and unkwane alone entumi drag the entire party to where you want to get to.
Are you of the view say my current general secretary and performing ana?
I'm of the opinion say there is a vacuum. And that vacuum has to be filled. And that is the reason why I am opting to serve the party in that capacity, given the track record that has been attained as treasurer.
Okay. Wo nam nyina no so about pro say what ye dini bia ebeba even including the current incumbent what is say JFK na edien na ebema Dr. Charles Dramina etimi ya danso ewo whoever opportunity say oba so begin as the general secretary
unia nyame chade omo ba nyina no omo atwe omo ti so omo ba nyina ana edin ayatete nyina obi ani o ye hoho obia asom party at a certain level pain asom aban at a certain level pain nti obia track record ewo ho obia ni nipa nkita hodie record ewo ho obia nsusu ni history of adwuma edition insane akosi ewo ho. So all I'm saying is say party man pempen so ayeduyi yenkoye say we na ye mami bibidie ana we na ye say mami e behwe say okay o mami bibidi na so adwuma yi obetumi aye ne edition insane anu no oye ne sen ekosi sen se say de ye pobia obetumi aye adwuma ne de abo Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Chidom enti yenhwehwe saa nipa no se party maye saa analysis yi ne ehwe obi a track record obia ne oye kosi ye obia ne party ma ho nkitahudie se ne esi kosi ye a mi wogidie mapase yenwie no party mekas ema bekas Dr. Dwamna odi ne dance ko akosom ye ama party ne mra power.
Na what formal campaign team?
Yeguso na me director of communications there wa
also be body pan no otimi de me na ma ne so akoburu mi na abrante we otimi mo se ya bra mo sa no but me ko na baby nso ko brim me
kafra
ezu ne anyway na o party mate you enti say wa betu anum tuo officially kai say me na me ya interview a etwa to was when the football when did you kakra okay
badminton
okay
that was last
by any case me na me ball last interview a ball penalty no and ye de kwaje cup
goal no
it say your ball cup ni here your magari ni na say your body tare ho and now party for ni tio this is the first interview I have up and enkonko the last one answer ma to abade enti edien na wo ka kire wo mo ne ya watu wanum tuo edi a kire wo mo what should you expect engagement edien na wo bom wo ka kire wo mo
me da se ensempo biensa ena mebo so nye di kan meda party mass papa if you say me bo aproba mo ho be kire reduce nhihye be kire kwan be fa so be ma treasury na ya aya kono na ye adwuma ye ena mo antie amanye sutie ansomu a anka na mini ha mini baby me ko mini dia meka ti mebo ma baso se omo soso ensempa e komo e bedi ye no omo de kwa adwundwum no hu se abawo mo omo asomo omo ye sei eni nyoma e wo se party mapa ye ne tosumienu se ni omo bo me chidom na as national treasurer successful no sa pepepe na me stress mo yemfa nkwa adwundwum na opepa menya se mesom party no as general secretary no yen bo me chidom na entumi nwie peyo na yenyina yenka yehumbom enfambo Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Chidom na nemdi twato ne say under my leadership as general secretary when given the opportunity no yet your do kroye ba koye ene adwenkro ene beye adwumaden anopa awia anwumre ediabo Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Chidom if say Ghana for any dayen so Ghana for hu say nia NDC de o mine kono ya nhwe ni ye a na 2028 payen ho a Ghana gains aye nyina from President Kufuor penso besi na President Kufuor ado ni edi nyina be pepa enu nti Ghana for ni dayen so de na mesre mumma ye hwe ni obetumi aye adwuma no ni obetumi atena akonya nimu steer the affairs of the secretariat ama Dr. Mahmoud Baumia etumi abeyo mampani na sanipa no eni nipa mosomfo amosom no se Musman sonko national treasury name ne mokase mumbomi chidom na yenye dwumaden na yema Dr. Mahmoud Baumia embe president ne ba yenyina nsoso obia benya ne chefa ewo mu.
So how many months?
Oh yeah, we have just about 5 months. September.
Oh September, yeah, September. Okay, what timelines we are the launch official campaign baby sir.
Yes, and so they do honoma memo aswati ni.
It's a mama candidate ba because papa obeto abani.
Otubi.
Ya fa no go join team for jo.
Na obadwuma din say.
Onu so pa no e che say me ho kire me kura metim kɔ ne ho. Ono so na ho kire me oba me ho. Etimi nua pa no no. Eti emze je me lobe ne ma ho.
Ai lo ene lobe no. Ye point enya be lobe.
Uni fugunu me de dia be.
Sofu boy bodwum friend sofu boy adwuma no ehwe LGBT onsem ye buy ya ise Ghana phone na yi omani afi so that so se da bi eden ye wo man yi mu yi e tra mo bi di 6 abedane e 9 eno no sha se kanje gum na eja no be bia unam tintan videos bia
that's right
enti obo adwuma pa ye mani bo na adwuma nu ya e betwe no veranda na nim
so omra no okay, Dr. Charles Jamina, Dr. China. On board. Doc, that's a papa, but you better engage you and Sanda. Terminal, I say you be follow activities in Sony home. How is going? Here, that's a pass of Babacan. Good. Dr. Charles Jamina, Dodwana for Dr. China, MPP, currently, or your national treasurer, Nasisi or President General Secretary, Ediama New Patriotic Party, on an hour 10 in Kano. na Miami nua Dr. Reverend John Itim Fojo. Bekra mama doctor no mama Dr. China wa eti na doctor aba. Na Reverend say
na me ada Roma me ho ye pa.
Na woni meka anopa no say obeba ha no. And amanfo say me bisa wo say we are parliamentarian. LGBTQ+ ese ma woken. When you say mom pass it. Bad na de so bo man panyin say onsan. Yo, I don't know what you're doing to master.
Yo, wait a minute, dance it. Metia, me am a down for power, Dr. China. Na metia only for 18, you know. In fact, our current national treasurer, Oba Jumapa, or the Niswadi Hunso Abetuja, and Tino, Bompire said, I mean, Abeton Super, Egu, Niswadi, eso. Now, coming to the question. Yeah, near break because President Mahama say I didn't know any priority view. And you know any priority no. Na campaign promise I did buy LGBT. Na beji wi na se enye ehu hia enya sem hia enye priority na basic needs e wo ho a na say in fact we betray Ghana for pa. And I can tell you say from President Osajefo Kwame Nkrumah, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah Penso, Ediba Buzia, Ediba all the heads of states, a champion so Ediba Chairman Rollins so Ediba our democratic dispensation President Rollins to President Kufuor, to President Atamels, to President Akufo-Addo. President be anyone Orban or yeah promise for LGBT. President be anyone Orban Okosia and Sofo, Ekosia imams, Kosia him for catcher almost a major campaign too, and then a major campaign promise LGBT. Now say what about the man Oba be semre mu ordinary sign. They dealing with LGBT. No Oba be promise say LGBT and Ben school bia. No president ever made such promise in their campaign, Mark Jerry. From Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and I repeat, from Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Osaji for the first president of this country, to Buzia, to all the heads of state, the champion, Abe Pim, Chairman Rollins, so our 1992 Republican, a fourth Republic, from President Rollins. President Kufuor, President Atamels, President Akufo-Addo, President be anyone into Abomu, or could make a promise to say, me ba be semre more than LGBT. O be any of course, bo, Kusia and Sophonia him for Emma LGBT, a major campaign promise, Emma no, I will into Abomu. Oh, but so many demonstrations O be anyone all born to one. Or your campaign, no. LGBT was their major campaign message. Obi anyone, what else or NDC or MPP or CPP, and I've given you. I'm not doing politics. I'm giving you the truth as it is. Okay. Obi anyone, a man, a political opponent, whether Tamils, whether President Rollins, whether President Kufuor or President Akufo-Addo, Obi anyone or your campaign, no, or coach the propaganda they call two the opponent. So say, we no LGBT, we no PBB LGBT. We no SFY LGBT obi ani ho na me na ato abama me a me ba besi semre mu odene. Nobody made that promise except President Mahama. Osia mpenimfo sia hemfo eye some promise ne de ma o. In fact, omoko pilot no e a sign of me a message so a me neighbors wa during the by election omo message only call ya and say ye ba na ba be seat no biu na seat no mo de ma MPP4 MPP4 ewo 188 for parliament na so mo pe ba kwa ka ho no mo de akwa ye bill a mo beje same sex marriage atum enti na wo mo e ba beje jachi question seat no wo bi abeto ama MPP bia no wato aba de ama LGBT eno ene wo mo campaign message we ya no bia anyi obi a no koto ni tirim ena wo mo de to aba de ti aye poto enti no sa agenda ne fa ye pe no mo say they are going to scale until the whole Ghana no and only one major campaign strategy. Because I was send this message ben on the call 24-hour economy, LGBT. These were the only campaign messages. And to be Biano, they succeeded in painting MPP ni President Kufuor say, yeah, and the LGBT aboswa, yeah, crocro wom, and no President Kufuor crano, woman the ya passing manana commano, and the dananim, and was on sign, and our church own letters are rejected, also on sign, the dananim, name of nipa, or no to about the manner, obey to me about solve, assign a or no President Mahama. In fact, a man so phoning in answer, sorry, deny. Sa what the Christiani on the Assemblies of God until no umbetimia jinedi na kremoni de man kwan man e medi Ghana so ne ade eno moko to abadi tia a party no eno a reverend Charles madam for pa e kasa e wo ekosi sen o say e bra president Mahama Shia sofo e wo East Legon na o ma wo mo promise say e MPP for the LGBT no ye ne ye krokro no na wo ono de oba be semre mu odin no Assemblies of God ni no o kan so fo mpenifo ahodo a eto o mutirimu dada wo ma wo bo mpa ye de ma no elsan ye adwuma de bo ano ko to aba de ma no mpo to aba de TMPP na o he said the President Mahama ne ye a oye ene ne kasa o kan U10 a we twafri one or considers the biggest betrayer ever in his life. Who's that betrayer ni bi sada? And you know, this is coming from a pastor. And and many people have such testimonies. And then a cancer prophet or Agyeman of the Yahweh Sabbath Assembly. I say, President Mahama, what do you cut? What do you LGBT cut? Now you're president. That's one scam cocoa farmers. Price as would be my own. When to me, I'm more half from artists while they're about less than 2,600 or so. Now say, almost say, cocoa President Mahama, or the cut. That's what to me as scam youth. And my youth, you know, also be more 24-hour jobs, one job, one job, three persons. Oh, by Ebej's recruitment money, Ebeje over 11 million cities, EGDVA, yeah. What's up for 5,000 jobs per an hour? The mom. What's coming? And mom say, what the Omoka? I feel also about 10,000 and to over 490,000 what the Omoka for music come home. Galam say, what's come? I feel no poison in Siono cry. Feel now destroy environment. What's come be beer? Even electricity price cry. What's come and they will toy ya. Na ayira. And will be say, what in the car and think a sink as soft one so a becasa what the Omoka. What's come home? LGBT and then what's the basic needs in tea? LGBT and yansem. Honorary doctorate Lincoln University and Farm Mountain. What's it? LGBT and ye yansem ye important and ye priority. Ye be President Mahama say, Brown or day campaign na or mine any basic needs to Krumha. 2021 to 2024 now. No city here trooper any bill no only your bow babe sign. Ni any basic needs Krumha. I feel na basic needs about Krumha.
But I don't hear train say our level be parliament.
But before I train the whole level no. On your one who promise a Calibisho conference. Any asofo nyina brom kusie mu Accra International Conference.
So because say am
after no mpacho after say obenya o promises or no be sign a friends and prime members bill no. January Calibisho conference kusia no. O wini ye no. O ka tro mo say bill no mpo hu hia. Na ye fa curriculum and thank you. O here say anyo mo de o hu body language no so sign. O say afedie ono akra mpo de the private ono ade the government sponsored bill e ba be deal with LGBT wante. Want it?
No, I can't.
Yes, into a car, you know. Say, a private members bill. No, yes, also limitation womb. Ain't you know, or per one government sponsored bill. I didn't know about him. Ya pass between Brown Council Assembly. Ya pass over 58 bills in Parliament. About 33 of them. You know, now so that Cronan pass at 2 a.m. Good board. That could 2 a.m. need now near pass because now you're more priority. Now you're important to them. And but we no enye o mo hia asemunti na ma parliament imponi agina so ne aye enti ye twen ya o mampani amfa ono ane de ama no ye twen se beba ene ye ni ade dada no a ewo ho no ano se president Kufuor ekoto nanim a one sign no ahyese ne ka se ene se o se ekoto nanim one sign dia so o free jubilee house one fa bill bi anko enti sama ye ne enko in fact ye mi raise argument no parliament Honorable Mahama Yaraga so say I say your more propaganda say bill ne call President Kufuor and one sign and this is idea ne President Mahama wabe one our parliament nti sign unim the okai President Mahama ba bonten out as a matter of public record abitoma police abomu bieti say bill no amedru Jubilee House I'm a top president Kufuor anim na edaso da parliament and a man for bisa say hey and as one that die pa o enya mo akro ya na meka kire say bill no da president Kufuor anim no say one sign nti ento aba ntia ono ne Dr. Bahumia ne emfa omna na obesan mai ya fe to ma say bill no ankodu president Kufuor anim na say aboa no ahoma no epa ne nan a esono ana fide ni pa no a esono ne sunko onya ne ho didi mu so a esono ne sunko. That was the first U-turn and you see no problem nti wo say famra ye be introduce ye de koi MFFA process nu na wi ema ne beto other people so cancer controversy no bill na NDC for speaker Backbone Mahama Yaraga and NDC for nyina say eno na ye wo mo akono de eno na ye wo mo apede eno na ye wo mo major bill no afi beto other people so akoya chiwade ama wo delete in fast so ade anche so no mu delete ye ebi see that parliament the item be beto other people so a na se nempo won ka ho asem a ebeda so be repeat ya been be 3 months impo na ma so be repeat sa no item has ever been deleted since our parliamentary practice from pre-independence to independence era obianu a bibianu asisa but for the first time one kasa hypocritical bill na one put his position on the bill no one kasa hypocritical position no afi the same bill na e wo makono amoye no awa tu no afi de be to so be ye chiwade mo delete free so 7 months na e ka ho asem omo so mo makwan ma na meto so biu until say me team for you makwa yi nyoma bi afri mu na mze me so de me nyi mfri mu na nyi mfri mu kina de ewo mu no eno a na se de ko in fact kodrum pempensu bi afi 7 months later omo hu pressure no eno mo LSC omo list ba other people ne so ena speaker refer the constitutional legal committee but so me be miensa na ewo mu in fact by 2 months of that near your parliament meeting ba kokura wo mo anfrese ye kwa akohwe bill nim ubisa we asibisa we ubisa we ase kowe ho ubisa we because instruction be free Jubilee House abase enka priority ne ho munyi ntontwene baabi enti no bapem ne se ne eno mo ba be se meeting aframe team for your invitation say me colleagues co-sponsors no yemra mesia ne yendi hu djuma afi na metwen saleta no meanwhile no bills are na ye wo mo urgent bill be ye important to them including baako a me committee na hwe so Security and Intelligence Agencies Act buy a press free mia buy enti na beto ho antempa na ye chro de command sponsor no so omra na ye consider minister for interior or buy to be 3 days ni e free fee ni da baby anapa na jo na ye hwemu ase de clause by clause consideration e be in 10 temati and say free ho ye wie ye na the report no ba parliament within the shortest possible time within a few weeks ni ya clear the amount ya pass it meanwhile no we old bill akwa akodu Supreme Court ama Supreme Court to crab bia se enfumso bia ni ho entia human rights bia den no de mo de se baby but
na say na you by whose fault
and it's not a fault it is a deliberate
a delay
a President Mahama ene o se enka ne priority ho enye na hi asem enti en won makwan ma bill no yen pass because say parliament no 2/3 no ekura ndisi omo was speaker majority leader and I'm telling you say majority leader the chairman of the business committee of parliament is the leader of government business enti no bill bia ye be pass bia no ono na sese we na nko we na mo famra tentem we de mo fanto baabi even so original parliament by our standing orders before krana obekasa no I just a speaker ni hu no frɛ wansa and obegina ho saying you cannot speak. That is how controlled the structure of parliament is. And this a bill ebeto ho na say a bill here like the 58 bills are ban and tempa gina so bo no so 33 that sanda no a gina so ye no say ka bill we so wo mo hia asem a and ka ba me pass it. So the truth is what President Mahama has said say enye important view na enye sabi don't you feel betrayed so mampeni say LGBT enye important na enye priority.
Honorable, me say makano on several occasions. Time and I'm be. Mekra, I said it since 2023. Say, sa pressure na ye demand this bill. Me who say the pressure exaggerated because I say you born say really I say yam pass Ghana beshi. Many honorable form when you cry. Okra sa question go me bisa. Say na Billy your bills bebre your mra bebre but yeah but I say when the pressure is too much na eno na hia ya na me can say 2023
good
me can say 2023 na because na me who say sabre na say na the way na opposition for multi pressure no
good
na me who say I say ya ha ya no bill no
good enti no Mr. Sabre what bisa one ya na omoni me nyina because Mr. Sabre no na me opposition
yes now wa bemo
and
na me
the same way so the same posture ya and na mikura but one more na me can say a priority at that time me so me say a priority into the President Mahama and then the NDC for now no almost say a priority sad time no and nay I didn't almost say any priority then as a basic need that one more air can 2024 na any basic need e okromu ha at a time of COVID atwa so man so our men bia no kokum wo so sa apeche obi asikasem people have lost their jobs e binum kra tifie 8 months na ban no etua omo ka se de be ya ometumi ahwe efie sika kra ni ho no aban titi ni bo wirem di tua electricity bill tua water bill e make sure say obi anye okay yan hwe kwan be fa so a some of those fundamental needs ne urgent needs ne basic needs no ye be pager. But all of us agreed with NDC say, it was an utmost priority because yamamre and a culture. And you know, even though say you want who here mono, now you will schools SCC, you want agenda 111 CC, you will acquire CHA, you want bridges SCU, near share baby a Juma 70 against the betono. We so insist say the president must sign the bill. In fact, a binum the ultimatum the man President Kufuado. Internet ban saying na die one as say waba be reset one as say inflation aba form one as say exchange rate aba form one as na ka no kre say de wo kan na nya artificial say o minor year afa na ka aba be kan say your basic needs intino LGBT na bra wo say o minor tete apansam no anka basic needs no mum na say hia more ho no mmom no ye more priority than basic needs no and na dey was waba be your money yi nyoma yi na mmom no basic needs important than LGBT enya atwom it is betrayal it is hypocrisy it is deception yen dey ye can tell President Mahama say e bre no ana dey pressure kura to President Kufuor so on sambe no sambre no na LGBT message teacher manual mu book no nie
what they say page 3
with one
pound chewa almost on my correct no
mo pound chewa da ben
oh enya naka
me pacho some book we me dey expose the buy ya
one of the buy
no mo deny say enya no kre me no mabo misrem pacho me ba because for book we buy no so error mistake
page 3 no
no ma Jerry mistake why no mo asake no every naka so anya na adwuma yi na
okay obe patch me am program so kwa me friend man be patch o wa ha
say
wo say from so bi no me ade
say from so a one withdraw free classrooms ana
na one withdraw
Debbie the only sentence omo issue statement be and also we have withdrawn it was a lie but I am telling you call all the teachers I want kire
okay who say sabre na ekodada o what's the time ekodada ha and I would say expose the buy but maybe I withdrawals na I challenge na
and na one kire bi and I made book na by expose na ba what's say error boapayo a error no ekwan ben so ne ko wura mu and say wo na wo print no so we hu na ka na wo so ebo akire approve ye de ne stamp ebo so we hu Minister for Education so we hu and na Ghana Education Service Director General so the go ka mu e de call ye workshop the training teacher for say kwan we so mo fan kira de no yes and so omo ehu and the teacher for so hu ye feedback on the headmasters and the regional directors and the back to friends saying Director General almost so omo ehu and just say error and can me expose they buy, you know. And can what do? You sack the person who didn't do their job, what is the Director General of NACA. And in place of that, immediately, no, mobile call Akui, you free ho, Nankama print for Ediako. A Bionpono, and can mode and another workshop, Beba. How
but so when the students in the world say teachers,
but there's no textbooks at the moment on this. The only teaching and learning material now in the schools anyway. This is the only anchor. Where no one
but so they can decide not to even go to because
so what are you going to so if they don't decide, what are you can you be a teacher? Near mount teacher guys say we na fa coach radio, we na fa set exams, we na fa teaching lessons. Now you are say men fan until then I coach. So this is what they force down the throat of teachers, and this is what they force down the throat of students. We NDC new, we MPP new. You must be worried. Say under President Mahama, would they kind now a man funtie the
when they makai
would they san kind
when they say makai
gender identity.
And I make say
now you suffer. Now say when they tell about
remember when they makai and what makai say
kind of you
makai mau
and if mama me makai
me say makai mau even here gender identity, it refers to a person's deeply felt internal experience of gender, which may or may not correspond with the sex assigned at birth. It can include being male, female, or a blend of both. This concept goes beyond the binary notion of gender, male and female, and recognizes the diversity of gender experiences and expressions.
Intima Jerry.
Yeah.
When you reach the
I said it to the buyer. Are
you happy?
No.
When you reach the
Obi, are you happy?
No, are you not scandalized? We are most so say when you reach the Oba. Now Obi adi diagro. No Obi to me in take steps to say Monko. Now this is how you should unlearn it. When I move Monko in free or mutrim because why here they are to nitrimono. Ghana a 2 and poor system no. Exams so we are no cultural diako. Into the subconscious memory, no, on the woman say gender goes beyond, it's not about male or female, I can even be both. It's beyond the binary nature. It is not the one assigned to you out there, but it is your innermost feeling. And no one of them won't take any step to have been a deputy minister for education. You what a woman say, I didn't add that to Nipan say a poison, and I'm on Ben web too. Because withdraw book no crampono is one thing, but going to take it from their mind is another thing. Munye mubia, book no. Once a contract Ghana for say we have recorded, and they are liars. They have not recorded. It is still in the schools. A deliberate agenda.
So now what do we do?
Sponsored agenda, and I've established it. Say, bra, omukofa amranti minu. Eddie free South Africa. Some of them private places. National Security Cameras Surveillance. Independence Act. Eko Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. Bebia Ubiana Mobiano. National Security Air Show be a movement. Several hours. As a song, impregnating. Extra videos, extra pictures. At the year campaign say Obia. Free FFA one one entino obia empia bonten na yo homosexual ye de ope omo fa ho dia ma obia ntumi nya ohwe sa sem we ko si o president Akufo-Addo mpenso ko ye ne besi sa book we e ko si o president Akufo-Addo so ko ye ne besi ne nyina akire no president Mahama Sansuma kuje to Ablakwa any ambassador to UN Human Rights Council say omo nko UN enko to aba ewo LGBT omuko ya omuko dwane free abstaining what and then nansenya mebo aban na baso
preparation
yes me de enye so enye ebon but aban so bibi na ya mebo na baso mebo president Mahama ene okudi to Ablakwa no baso say the president Akufo-Addo start here reparations Miami Kroma same so 1st of August 2023 Obaho emancipation ebe kan reparation say yenye reparation before the no akọ UN 2022 General Assembly akọ make a strong case I issue
but I don't honestly historically na President Akufo-Addo
other people have also said agenda and ato aso but ono ne mpenso na oto aso e dey call UN General Assembly or obtain a resolution on it no I say to me bona baso me kazam MPP ni ntino say you wono no aya David, no cry, no cry. So what you say? Enti Brown omo passes our reparation resolution no. One more
abstaining.
One more abstaining no. Also kuje to das no ana one ase. They make us what you say. Yes. Enti no enti wo bia wo abstaining on a bill. I think your position is a wo tutia. Na wan to no we digana for hwiammo.
Okay.
Enti ni nyina no na ye state sponsor na ubie page 107 and page 108 of the page 107 and page 108 of the recommendations of the Constitutional Review Committee. President Mahama pa womo a womo dia kwuram say intersex surgery say yawo now room pempenso bi na pese yesesa ye operation bi na say yesesa agenda say no we abofra and ti amra na wonya abofra dia nti amra bia esem mo ba be pass referendum no abehwepo so ye nisini koto yes MPP for so aba be ka just so ye MPP ni akoto no ye de yes ni no na wonnim adekro na woto e de ama ana de atia na wakwakoji atum se LGBT megura constitution.
Okay.
Enti no wenum nyina si a state sponsored agenda. Enti o ma pani Mahama. Yes, yeah, for so no say ne position you take here.
So
U10 na we take no on san na ne nifo from fan chere a high brain no or the promise asofo ne Ghana for no. Na bill no so obesan no. On kanche parliament for say womunya ne tentem ana ye bie parliament a first na yem pass it. No, so ade tin whatever ye fa pressure to so within a reasonable time no ono abehwem noiden no assign I'm sure the way and go beyond a week or so. Now and what you know the ono ase because penise a bit eso anu mu a na to to eben into what sign prime members bill na wie no ono ane de no aso promises say encompassing government sponsored bill no dey buy be boa na ya pass into no ombra bonten make say ne bill na or say LGBT now say any important any priority no they say or class answer no what tear reaction every Ghana for aba na Ghana for any anye ho into assess the position say important to him. We want that statement to be made and we want him to reaffirm his commitment say bill no be my passing in term no assign no so de de kese no abeka ho yes ya sofo mpenifo nso say sambre we ya sofo na se would sa di muntintima de press conference demonstration de preachy e de bibia e de penti MPP negative e de boa president Mahama ma ne be wini ya enne ya we ama we betray wo no se ehia wo no se wa ma bonten no ama yiwa no ama bonten am call out the hypocrisy and double standard of President Mahama and then the deception on LGBT so afa Ghana for and now why insult to our ability our intelligence and kwacho for say LGBT ehia Ghana for we as a waste of time no ye wasting of mre no that arrogant position no wa me yiwa no a you have put the Christian community in a very disgraceful situation. You have put us in a very bad situation. Say one me you want no china bi no. We are suffering aka praise the Lord. Kwa wan hwa onyu obi po no ajeso hallelujah. Because na kamia ese ne na agenda bi na mo boye na nye Bible mu de na mo gidi na nye de na ye principal position na sa bre no Bible nso sa ye no de one sa position dia. Eno no ebegu asofodie hu fi. Ebegu the body of Christ hu fi. Ba me ntim for you no. Me attack sofu biada. Me attack imam biada. But at the study I made this say woman kasa penifo no munim de ebeboa the Christian image. We are the salt of this earth. We are the light to our generation. Said the beya sa enchine no enko hwengu na nipa ntiatia so. Said the beya sa ehan no enko dumunti no omomra bonten obia de okan bia obia tiase. So opposition kura na asesampo a woda so ye sofo no de ye nyimfiri wunsam wo retirement kura woda so ye sofo ya besa ni die mu a ho brasem se bra bonten na tesukoko a wo bete ye de kire aban dada no a watwa mu kro no na nne nsem a aban no antumi anka mufa enne president e kan de yenka ka kire nkofo se enye ne priority no
yeah
be mano se enye saa ne no hyase enye saa de a magua ni mu ase ba menim se me papa no meja no mpenifo ma me papa no masofo mpenifo ni imamfo ene ahemfo you rise up to the occasion. You will redeem our image and you will call out the hypocrisy of the president, point him in the right direction.
All right. Higher need 100.9. Reverend Johnny Tim Fojo or Emracho Ascent South. On an out Reverend, I said, Munyanko, Parliament.
Aka be 2-3 weeks bi answer.
Aka be 2-3 weeks. Me here because me want other issues be am per se. Obana me no ha nti me no e be shedo no aba na no so especially for education and security. And say me what issues be am per se.
It's me for the onya kan ya. So me di America na ba. Boss, una aka se mpu na epu.
Este wa.
Unya me no ebeka ho asem ati.
Eso me nuati me ade me na kakra kakra.
O me de o bo ame pa.
Okay, the other say anobese obabeka ya onya me shira papa. Abi sharp. Ebusa na Reverend John in team for join. In fact, we call the Bambo Ejumekuo ewo Ghana Mreche Bedwafie na oye ranking ewo eso Osei Mreche Bedwa na sense out no and the ten kan na do neat 100.9 babeja for me mom kakra na ombewe kakra na afi yakọ enim.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Okay, high need 100.9. Na your time no in fact the panel members mo fan cheme na crook as a ebi akoso ya de yanko pan say na awa Muhammad say ma fina me ni shia cha ne beta na awa say o
nyamiado
masa we say we stand bow because o mi hia pa
meba eno ani say we pe dada ma me
dada ma na ayewe na crook odi na me de no crook no Tom Crook Tom Crook e dey ya me the brutal na baby aboko there na we there minority force o man panyin be pacho the statement on LGBTQ monso na mo abe bitio base menu
Magere anopa ide mechia etiefuo
ano abe microphone
anopa mechia etiefuo na mechia eye obi biara otie anopa na the issue of majority minority omofre say anka omanbenin be pacho na medwene ho a menti ase the conduct of the minority no because osha bill yi private members bill enyen ba parliament enti omanpani sorry prekopen ka say or the ono ani to me ka say bill no chinchina atwan me my day ma cancel ade na me pass bill it was say pass through the right procedure na asama ya me bisa ne say ade a omanpani twen parliament but parliament initially pass bill way and then nanka ehu hia say omanpani dada na yeden asserting signature was so enti ene se minority fresh say omanpani embra mbe pacho no all pacho for them because enya ade a okonechi in response to ade a okan no onko nechi onka say bia ikane no na me pese me ye but menya anye anase otwentwen ne nan ontwentwen ne nan bia ade no o say ye debate parliament dia obesign ne osanso eka say
Don't group But was they are all kind of they are minority for the kind of say. More opposition. Said they are more kafan, and yet they are more bam than number you.
Majority, your opposition no na bill na ready ananka we say yes sign. Enti enene
and the car parliament.
And a car parliament. Enti e dey enti na car parliament.
Send the obi na the court. The court.
Enti ade no na ye readily available. Ade enti na ye the parliament.
Their demand is say na say ehia sa agency na ebra na more opposition na more. Sa agency no betima ye.
Oh, ebetimi aye enti esesi ano. Ade na ne say omampani say ade no enfa the right processes. The agency of it no.
It's the statement saying a priority and a issue of concern.
Oh, say ye buy ye enoma bebre wo honoma e wo say omampani emma na adwen koso e chain like enya say we no nye important but neoma bebre wo honoma ehia na attention more. Say de be ya oman be fa ne ntuma pa afra. Enti no so long as ye what the right process bill we no e was a go through na e ba ne desk no as long as bill ne be ba bedu ne desk no obe sign it but as it stands no enoma bi ohonoma oye den oye nso nti enche say there is an issue of concern.
When awa na ade ye sign it honorable John Timford was say no free here. Make us say sign it. Why must it be a case of an issue of worry? I didn't say higher. I didn't know. Parliament knew to. It is on my penny packers. I didn't train. Okay, Parliament knew to me. You find yourself with two namana. Parliament you to me. And sure, my penny posture.
Magari medase. I mean, share it here for you. And I mean, share me near ban. I mean, Casa medase for this opportunity. In 2024. Countries me no na a day LGTB a year LGBTQ and LGBTQ and a year campaign Senegal and Ghana. In Senegal 2 weeks ago was signed at the about no more mra hodada but we say mrano it was not really biting into oba obeshanekena oba ye no otima shanekena ama ene ukọ Senegala untimi discuss say na mafre afide so kra ye din nkomoy untimi nye and Osaino Edinburgh in a year just 2 weeks ago. Coincidentally, the same day, and a president can say, "Adiano and a priority." You see, a bedroom baby no young politicians, a bedroom baby can say, "Bina Obia can say a true for." Obinji and Obia knew how Beji did that because you see, Yako as enough. Me, let me almost call her a war, a yasin praso. And a MP for Neo de say, Eco Jina Moscow, can say, a good for the Indian Pabako Pesi. Edi amagana ya yetu mutu Ghana ha sebi oh wose ohia baako nipa baako sei okano Moscow ho then obia in the mosque subhanallah because you see even sex taboo language in Zongo sex not even to talk about we kura de yanka ho asem wo ko ba bia ho tese obi ka but it became a timer na ahemfo malamfo etna popes so kura etimi ebodin I can say it to Obama MPP at the Beba. Sam George a to the extent that we can say President Mahama and Sanya or Benya trouble papa with him. President Mahama can say Obe Mikino as soon as practicable. These were his words. Or Bayano and I can say Emrana Gu. But I'm no campaign, no one say Mrana Bigu. See me ba me sign. Ampa one sign was here good. Ye train who dowry, ha, ekeka ya lawyer for see there be ngui mrano atwem ntwem and say okay, yanje tum say atwem. How many days na be take you on my first reading, second reading on my pass? How many days?
No, president so yeah.
Me say, how many days will it take the Parliament of Ghana to really do first reading, second reading, third reading? But you see, President Eden consider by because in May, President Ekai say Emrano, your normal bi omo I was say yifu. Tama no mo say oba sign no. Obi a oye campaign say me ba me sign or say o normal bi ho yifu. There is no law in this country I enjoy this cause change this law. No law. I just say bia your friends saying right to information. Right to information a draft and aquaba. But say be a beko kwatena senior friend interest groups normal your presentation and see that. But this one for 3 years, not interest group eba. Omo say omo pade no. Omo say omo penyina no. Omo koye yi. Eti ye nyamra ye kama. Ene omo say mra no nye president kra say oh. We ye ko fie kra na ye ko kire nkwala na yesesa ye curriculum a. Eye enough a ye hia law biasa. Then now can say last year na me can say samre emba muda. This president is not committed to doing it. Enti enye me wan say obeka say. And again, the rehopa wo mu ye Sam George. Tama asemi president ko kan say asemi say enye priority. Ye dey mu bi nim say definitely the president on sign because of the posturing in some wa kan ye obey president no in May or share Catholic bishops in the keka ho. But Sam George embeyi anu Sam George actually ten say in 2016 when they lost the elections. No mu nya nkrofo ma mu nkasa ma NDC. Into one ne nkrofo kakra bi ekasa ya NRCC omatimi atwa ntro e the president aba. Because we say omuye ya to support their party, to bring their party back, to bring Mahama back. Now why any minister into ene why any minister into woni hu senka bia obeka ono ye adwuma eboa ne party, but he was not doing the work of the people of this country. Wokoya to the extent that wokwa bluchiri nyina ekoye advocacy. That time na nyina na eta na chi, to the extent that make ramaba ofidi so abeka say e was say Akufo-Addo sign. You see me maybe I make us register our aircraft because the African is a polygamist. Me so me kremoni, which I am entitled to a mama kumakufo. Now we be my okoede. To try and say, you understand? I have mentioned this that Nanka was say Akufo-Addo sign one sign would win elections. And that day, more catch ray and say, and yamu priority. Mark Jerry, question me bisane say, Miniabane say, priorities new hobe. Dear hina ye implementation where a priorities. Free secondary school na work no. Healthcare na work and Mahama case sa 24-hour economy no. What the way Emraiko parliament na ye the pass through process no na ye pass ya. Dear he pa na priorities no. So omo aye U10. And okay. Na ye ka say omo mpa Ghana for cho. Asofo na omo ka say the nonsense must stop no. Omo somra na mo bepa chew. Omo kan say anka to abama MPP abe institutional radio no. Omo bepa chew. Na omo kan kire Ghana. Enya chapa no kwa ho. We still want them to pass the law. Because you see, they be American say.
The law the MPP mrachebe for
there be first one I deba parliament Mahama Yergama ye free sa order paper no so. It was advertised anka ye first reading. Anka say o mawie. Because anka ye first reading na definitely second be third be na one pass. But o mu free order paper mo because there is an order from above so mu yi free mo. And o mu yi free mo. Because you see order paper there. Oh, na order paper ya advertise say ochina ye bet na parliament ya be kan.
It has not been enya no kra dance ye no say.
That it was advertised. And I dear change na o council company
into order from above na ye.
Order from above.
And you won't tell me na me hu be bia no na kasa.
You see,
e be say
so you see you even ask yourself current speaker of parliament.
Yeah, right.
Tama na o ye wo party power. O kasa ade ani emfambra. Emma lawyer for kra ka say wo de wo ye abita onya parliamentarian adenti na wo force wa se chinchina ade ne famra ene de wadani mumu o timi nkasa bio about sad ade we ya ono aka se enya de pa no. Okay. See, that is why we are saying that you turn on my no omo me pagana for nyina chew na wo nto so na wo nye ye be hye wo mo ekwan bia so omo anya the private members bill be kwakoye
Madam Sam, I want a member of the MPP communication team, Tom Crook, a member of the NDC communication bureau. We did come on some function maybe I'm saying them time and okay, Tom Crook. I mean I do want to send this to go so let's go ban can why I'm a Thomas.
Magdalene Pacho. But minua awal e ka say Sam George. Ebe ka say ono ebe kan some keke just to bring
on the Facebook page.
Ono na ka sa on the Facebook page. Make I read it. Yeah.
I watch it.
Also there be the kind is we wan continue or say mo guso mo post to the old videos no. E many dia dance ye chire adwuma oyema NDC man ba
power.
Yeah, but it's different from the okay because
I'm position here. But with him, somebody like Honorable Sam George. In fact, me aggressiveness. Said the only normal. Me ni see our airport. We last week here. Everyone have got Chiana. We na say.
No, asem o ka ekowano. Who be saying asem?
Because you be
saying, so set you. You even wrote to Uncle Kaya no say misco too.
The posture. No, to say about LGBTQ, some John and they shouldn't justify certain things. Exactly. Honestly speaking, because we all heard, we all saw. On the ground, I remember who am colors. My name is Om Colors.
Yes, on the Magana phone, you know who colors.
Tom Crook. Me na ba mo hobe. That's what it. I mean, count over the cow. Ah, also, that's a pass. Why? I mean, some pa. And therefore, Hannah, they did to me the see. Metia for Yami had myself so Chinani, Yawada Buja, Yawadano, you will enough time which ye de Ebobojuma. Issues in India, Mamma Kwanama Franca, we have found. Entertainment GH, any Yakasa Ula Michael, or the 12 so, or then a pound for. Media Sedabema Alexandria, my studio assistant. I've been a frame bankro, a year in charge of the social media handles. Namidia Sedadia, my doctor, Father Dexana, executive producer, general manager, Kennedy Santos, and the body chidom. Yesi, Yaminko be beyond Yamishra. Yeah, na Ula Michael, take over.